Good morning, Idaho, and Chicago, and Florida, and Georgia, and Louisiana, and the Netherlands, and France, and Paris, France, and Paris, Tennessee. Y'all all come on in. This is going to be a big day. Everybody is very excited and very anxious for this day. And difficult research says she's on her way. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try to put on some makeup. But I got as far as the base and couldn't find it. And I thought, what the hell? This is important. Nobody cares. So here's, woo. Here comes Johnny.
Uh-oh, hold on. I got to turn my speaker on, I guess.
I can hear you.
Uh,
You can't hear us.
okay, there it is. I do believe.
Jessica Rutledge. Oh gosh, if I got something else on that's gonna cause us trouble. Jessica Rutledge. She says, "Hey, from Panama City Beach. Are you visiting there? Are you on vacation there? Do you live there? Because I may come there in about a week for a few days. Hopefully, while the jury is deliberating." Let's all pray that while Donna takes 2 or 3 days off, the jury will deliberate and come back the day after I come back. How about that?
That sounds pretty square, you know.
It's a free vacation, y'all.
Oh,
Jess.
S.L. Connolly. Oh.
No, go ahead.
I'm just sharing.
Way too much coffee. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, first off.
Morning.
Good morning.
Oh my God, all the things that went through my head and I've listened to between yesterday and today. You got a call out. You got a call out. She didn't know your name like nobody else.
Nobody. It's difficult research, you know.
Well, she knew that, but she did not know Crescia. She didn't know the name Crescia.
So I'm like, well, you know, I don't want to change it now.
I
went from Crescia to difficult research, you know, and so anyways. Well, I thought that was really cool. And she's like, I forget her name. It's something in innuendos. I just know that.
Gossip something in innuendos, I think.
Gossip crime,
pretty
maybe?
funny. I don't know, but her personal stories are even funny. She's talking about her little boy. She says that her boys know how to fight maybe a little better than they need to.
Right. Don't they?
Yes. I mean, that's what I always feared, that mine were going to kill each other in the living room.
Yeah, no.
Just, you know what I'm saying, playing.
Like, it reminds me of that scene from Step Brothers. Well, there's a couple, but that one where she's like hosing them down in the front yard and they're like...
Oh my gosh, yes. That's the way my cat and dog do, though. My cat and dog love each other, but they get to playing, and sometimes I can't tell if they're fighting or playing.
Yeah, no kidding. Zach and Ashlyn, they were pretty good together. I mean, but they're boy-girl, but still they're 6 years apart. So.
Oh my gosh. I'm just going to say, yesterday I went to my niece's house, and she has 2 adorable little children, 7-year-old Levi and 3-year-old Perry. And 3-year-old Perry, she is a mess now. She's way liable to hit somebody with a ball or a stick or something that Levi would ever do. Oh. And but Levi can swim like a fish. It's amazing. Yeah. His mom, they have a pool, and so from the time they were like new babies, they got special swimming lessons, and oh my God,
I think that's good.
They were so cute, and my mother had such a good time watching them swim, and
that warmed my heart. I was like, oh, yeah.
I was like, Mom, are you ready to go? I didn't tell her that we had a live plan because I knew that she would like, oh, let's go. I was like, no.
Good.
And I was telling my nieces all about the court case and how that if Chad Daybell actually did get the death penalty, he would think he got blood atonement and would go to heaven. And my niece goes, and that's not happening.
No. No, and they even have 3 heavens to pick from, and he's not going to none of them. Okay? So, I just don't understand, though, because there's the outer darkness, and then there's people like Ruby Frankie who are, like, talking about hell, like,
I'm
burning
not
in hell, and I'm
saying
like, "Look, you can
nothing,
have it all."
but when there's stipulations like handshakes and special underwear that get you to heaven,
Mhm.
I'm just saying there
Conniving.
should not be all there should not be all these secret combinations.
It's called conditions. It's conditions. It's a conditional God for sure. And I mean, do y'all? I mean, that was funny. I'm sorry. I'm just go off on a rant. But I mean, do y'all? I already forgot. Shit. It was. Anyways, go ahead. I don't remember.
Well, no, I was just thinking, oh, this is, I mean, I wonder if what they're gonna start with this morning, because we are doing the rebuttal, and so Lindsay Blake told those 2 kids a whole lot of things that we
Yes.
all hope she would have receipts for, and
I'm
so
like, it's like every question she asked, I feel like she's, and I mean, knowing damn, it's like when your parents ask you whatever, and you're like, no. I mean, that's what it was like, except Emma was more, um, uh, I guess, firm in her stance, but you could tell she was like, no, is it true that you've, talked to your dad almost every day? No. Okay. I mean, she
but then
knows
on the
the
other
answer
hand,
already.
do you remember September the 7th,
Yes.
2019? Yes, I do. I went and
Googled.
Googled something that day,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. The wind
just
direction,
like
because I don't know the
just like that. She answered those questions.
uh, it's a
I
narrative,
mean, nobody would. I mean, the jury sees that. I'm sure
Mhm.
they all put, like someone said, the jury probably just put down their pencils. They're like,
Helen Keller could see, and she's not even with us anymore, you know what I'm saying? But don't give them any ideas. I don't want them conjuring her spirit, you know?
oh, here we go.
Hey, you gotta be specific. Anyways, it's nuts. I've been digging into this whole Cain concept, and I have been going through some of my old, of course, I've got a bazillion videos screen recorded. I mean, Julie Rowe can take down her whole damn channel. I'm pretty sure I got it in my library. Just gotta find it. But I found her, which I mean, it's available online anyways, but Mills Crenshaw um, uh, interview that she had done. And so what I'm wanting to do is take what Julie Rose says, I'm sorry, I said that weird, what Julie Rose says, what Janet Russin, Tim Psychic says, these priesthood blessings slash patriarchal blessings that are being spit out to Tim by um, Visions of Glory, inspiration slash whatever author, Tom Harrison, and then Ken Krogh. I mean, they're dishing that to him. And then I just want to kind of compile them, because I remember a long time ago, and I mean, I just posited the question, like, I wonder, because I think they're bogus. Okay. That's just me. That's me as an outsider looking in. You can find them. They're run of the mill. Okay. Tylee's didn't come true. I'll tell you that. But on the other hand, we are dealing with, I mean, and this is historical, it's more, I don't even know what to call it, but I, I didn't invent the phrase Mormon mafia. I did not. It was already there. It pre-existed. Okay. So my whole thing is, it's kind of like that, where they're maybe possibly communicating. I don't know. I'm just gonna vet it out. I'm just gonna try and see if it goes somewhere, just to kind of compare the languages between all of them and see what the hell they're being told through these perhaps patriarchal blessings, these priesthood blessings, these whatever Zoom blessings, um, and see, like the weird jail call. You know, I mean, it's just
I
Kevin
don't know
Frankie.
why. I don't know why we're getting, like, see up in the corner there of our screen.
Oh yeah,
They
look at
are
him.
they're they acted like they were fixing to come on, but now they're just sitting there talking amongst themselves at the prosecution table. I don't know what's going on.
They're like, come on, y'all, it's back to work.
Yes, we want to know what we want to get. But the more with lies we hear, the more I just wonder if we'll ever know. You know what I'm saying? You can't believe the lying liars, and they're all lying. So which lie do we go with?
Integrity, it means a lot, and they don't. They missed it missed them. I showed the stream of the Daybell kids' testimony to a judge friend of mine. My daughter's a bailiff here in our town. She sees enough discrepancies in their testimony that they could for attempt. Well, thank you. Right? I think that's very insightful, actually. And I mean,
I'm sure that this jury, when they get done, will go, why did they get not charged? And how can we sign a petition to not let her teach my child?
It's like, if they don't ever think that they're doing anything wrong, they'll never know what that process is like, I'm just saying, with these freaking personalities, I don't know, I'm just gonna put that out there, that like these narcissistic type personalities where they don't think they did anything wrong ever, and that the world is just out to persecute them, and the cops are after them, and everything is just about them. And it's very scary. Really, it's sick. And I'm just being honest.
Pretty bad.
Thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you. Appreciate it. They're killing you, Natalie. They better not. We'll have another damn murder trial. Death or murder by impatience or something. Oh, man.
Well, it's like my mom and I were talking about the deaths of the children, and we would like to think that nobody could do that, that Satan would have had to have been there himself and done all that. But no, these assholes, well, they might have been projecting Satan or whatever they were doing over there, but these were human beings that committed such awful things that we cannot turn our faces away from it and say, oh no, the devil made somebody do something. Y'all better figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Joyce. That's a good one. I want to finish Trace right here. It's a good point. Something that barely resembles the horrific murders that Chad committed. It's so not about his kids and their BS. It should be about the horrific murders in him. But that's just it. It is about him and all him. Because of him, here we're going through a trial. He's going all the way, and everybody has their right. I get it. Doesn't mean everybody should. I don't know. That to me flexes a whole other like narcissistic type me, just us having to putting us through all this.
Here we go.
Damn.
All rise. District Court now session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, judge for tonight.
Thank you.
All right, please. All right, I'm going.
Please be seated. All right, if you give me just a moment, I'm re-logging in on this computer. While I do that, maybe I'll just confirm with the bailiff. We do have each of the 17 jurors have returned. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll go on the record. We're on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, we're concluding with evidence today. The state has witnesses in rebuttal. Before we bring the jurors in, the court would note had a sidebar with counsel, and an issue has been raised regarding a particular proposed witness of the state. So in order to resolve that issue, the court requested that we take up a motion in limine on the matter and have that argued on the record before determining, number one, if this witness is going to be permitted to testify. And then number two, if so, is there some restriction on the scope of the testimony that could be presented here today? So, Mr. Wixom, I understand this is your proposed witness. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. If you would like to present argument at this time, including a proffer to the court of what you think the proposed testimony may be in the issue regarding admissibility of that evidence, I'll hear your argument and then I'll hear a response from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to Ms. Olson, the state's recollection was we did raise a motion in limine last week relative to relevance and admissibility. The court, in its ruling, did express at least concerns about relevancy, but did ultimately rule that Ms. Olson would be allowed on a very limited purpose to come and provide rebuttal on a statement from Tammy Daybell that her husband wanted her to up her insurance as she was approaching retirement. However, at that time, the state also alerted the court that she had been watching the trial because she had been released as a witness. So we did bring Ms. Olson back down. She is here this morning. I briefly visited with her this morning, and by way of proffer, what I would explain to the court, the state feels very candid. She did explain that she would testify precisely to that statement, that she was having a lunch at the school with Tammy roughly a month before she passed, and that in that lunch, the issue of life insurance was raised, and that Tammy did in fact say, my husband wants me to up my insurance. However, on this occasion, it wasn't included in the report before. Ms. Olson does say that that wasn't just made to her. There was a group of teachers there that they're having a conversation, and that the response when Tammy first made the comment was, well, why are you doing something dangerous or something to that effect? And Tammy responded, no, we're just as we get closer to retirement, he wants me to.
Going back, do you know in her proffered statement who was asking Tammy, who made the inquiry? Was it just somebody that was part of this group, or was it in fact Ms. Olson that made the inquiry?
He did not narrow that down for me. I can only give the court my impression of what she said. It was more framed as kind of a group question back to Tammy. Now, who the voice of the group was, she did not identify.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's when Tammy made a response that as I get closer to retirement, he wants me to up the insurance. So we understand, Your Honor, that those additional facts are new in the sense of being disclosed by the witness. The state takes a position that, frankly, because if the court does allow this witness, we wouldn't want to create any kind of a surprise or issues. We would ask the court and urge the court to consider letting the state simply introduce what has always been disclosed, which is still consistent with what her apparent truth is. And that is that Tammy at a lunch with Ms. Olson, we won't inquire as to whether others were present, raised the issue. My husband wants me to up the insurance. The question was asked to her, well, why? And she said, as I approach retirement, he just wants me to up the insurance. Now, I'm sorry, I need to go back on the proffer. There was one additional thing she said. She did say, and I don't want to speak for her, but given the context of the disclosure she made this morning, she said she'd listened to Emma's testimony. She said that actually, when they all sat down, the ladies did, they all sat down and filled out the life insurance applications together, because she says that's kind of the normal sign-up process. So she said everybody did that together. So in fairness, I do have to disclose that that was part of what she told me this morning. The state nonetheless is still seeking to call her to simply testify that she had lunch with Tammy. Tammy said, my husband wants me to up the insurance, and upon explanation, he wants me to up it as I approach retirement. Those particulars of the statement have always been disclosed to the defense. That interview occurred in May of 2020 by Detective Mattingly. It was recorded by audio as well as included in a written report. So to that extent, the defense has always had that available to them. We do understand the issues of the additional information, but we feel like that issue can simply be cured by an instruction from Your Honor that we only elicit the very statement that was disclosed originally. We don't believe that any part, the state simply does not believe that Ms. Olsen has been tainted or influenced. We believe, frankly, because of her candor and freely giving this information and letting us know that she has been watching the trial and she did listen to Emma's testimony, that she's being very forthright about it. So the state does believe under, I believe, 615, the court does have discretion to allow this in. We recognize the concern, but we do not believe that she's been tainted. And to the extent there has been any potential for taint, we feel like eliminating instruction from the court to the state not to elicit additional testimony would avoid any potential negative influence or prejudice that could be derived back against the defense. So that is what we are asking today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, I guess one more question I have. When you say she's been watching the proceedings here in the trial, we had that motion in limine hearing. Do you know if she watched the previous motion in limine hearing that discussed her own potential testimony and whether that's part of what she's already observed?
I certainly just can't speak to whether she watched that portion. She just said after she testified, she had began watching. I will let the court know. I know that in my preparation of her last time, because I didn't want to run afoul of your order, I explained to her that the court had ruled that told her that she could not get into that testimony. So she was at least made aware of the court's ruling prior to her testimony, so we could comply with the court's order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wixom. What's the response from the defense then on the motion in limine regarding whether or not Ms. Olsen should be permitted to testify about the comment on raising life insurance?
And Judge, permission to remain seated.
You may.
Judge, this is my concern. The court ruled previously that Ms. Olsen, even though she'd been excluded, would be allowed to come back, and Mr. Wixom had an opportunity to discuss the case with Ms. Olsen and elicited what he felt was new or information that they wanted to come back and provide to the jury. Then over a 4-day weekend, Mr. Wixom then preps the witness again. And suddenly the dynamic of what she said is changing. We had other people there. All of these other facts that are suddenly being elicited from her. Judge, causes me some pause, and I'd like to renew my motion to exclude her. There are too many uncertainties here. We don't know how much Ms. Wixom saw. We do know now that after viewing Emma Murray's testimony, the light suddenly came on. And now she suddenly recalls that, oh, there were a bunch of us there for lunch. And that only happened, Judge, after she realized Ms. Murray had testified and contradicted what she said. Judge, there are a number of red flags here. And if the court's going to allow this to go on, we don't know what else she would say. And then the court brought up a point that I wanted to make as well, is what part of the motion in limine before did she view? It's bad enough that she viewed all of Emma's. It's bad enough that she observed the entire trial up until Mr. Wixom stopped her. It's bad enough that he's interviewed her and prepped her at least 2 times now. And each time, magically, she seems to change her testimony and modify her testimony. And it's not modifying her testimony in any way that would aid the defense, Judge. Ironically enough, both times the testimony changed to help the state. It's shocking. You know, additional interviews, and suddenly, unless there's other things that Mr. Wixom didn't provide to us. One other thing, Judge, is her statement is very clear. It isn't about before I retire. It isn't about, at approximately, about retirement. Her statement is very clear. My husband thinks I should up my insurance before I retire. That's her statement, before I retire. And now we're adding all of these other uncertainties to this thing, Judge, and quite frankly, it's extremely prejudicial. So I'm going to renew my motion to strike, and at the very least, Judge, the additional statements should at the very least be struck as well.
All right, Mr. Wixom, response from the state, please.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Judge, I don't mean any slight to Mr. Pryor. I don't appreciate his innuendo or suggesting that perhaps I've done anything to influence this witness. I haven't. And in fact, that's why I candidly told him about the new information before we had this proceeding. It's why I asked for a sidebar and articulated to the court the very additional information that was provided. What I never did get from Ms. Olson was any indication that Mr. Pryor in the last 4 years has ever done anything to contact her or talk to her. Certainly hasn't done it in the last 2 months and certainly hasn't done it in the last 4 days. So I don't think there was anything that prohibited Mr. Pryor from reaching out and having his own conversation with the witness to discuss potential testimony. That said, I do think she was very candid with what she said. She didn't try to hide it. And we're not asking, we see the issue that the defense has about the additional pieces of testimony. We recognize that. But we're not asking, Your Honor, to put that in front of the jury. We're simply asking to put the pieces of information that have always been disclosed. And frankly, Judge, there has never been any proposed change to testimony that the state has offered this court up until this morning. We have always maintained that we wish to introduce the evidence as it was included in the recorded audio interview and report that had been provided to Mr. Pryor since 2020. We've never suggested any alteration of what she would say until this morning when she gave us these new facts. That said, Judge, I think the court has a clear picture. We certainly have not done anything to try to intentionally influence this witness. We've done nothing but try to be candid with the court, with the defense counsel. And that's all that we have.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I've considered this motion in limine as it relates to the state's intent to recall witness Janice Olson in the rebuttal stage of these proceedings. Couple of points. First of all, I certainly do appreciate the candor of the state in bringing the matter to the court before the witness takes the stand in a sidebar to identify the issues that raised concern for the court to determine here outside of the presence of the jurors. I would also echo what Mr. Wixom started with there at the end of his, or beginning of his second argument, that I don't find anything improper that has occurred with the state improperly coaching a witness or providing some sort of feeding of answers to the witness, nor do I find anything that would make me question the veracity or truthfulness of Ms. Olson, who's already previously testified in this matter. The point I have to focus on at this point is a couple of things. First, I've had an ongoing concern about this statement, whether or not it passes the relevancy standards under rules 401 and 403 in the statement of talking about Tammy Daybell making a comment that the defendant requested she look at upping her life insurance before retirement. There wasn't any real context in the trial about facts of when she was planning on retiring, that was any time in the near future, that she had only worked at that job a couple of years. So I've had that concern. The other concerns that were brought up and were previously litigated in another motion involving hearsay and other issues, I've considered. The part here that causes me greater concern are these what are called additional facts in the statement, and the fact that in particular the testimony now, what we know she would say if allowed is that there was a group of people present for this conversation. And if that was the statement, and that information had been relayed to the defense before trial at some point, that would provide an opportunity to either corroborate or impeach that testimony by potentially figuring out, well, who else was there? Who was listening to this statement? Does another witness say, yes, this conversation occurred, or no, it did not occur? And so the request now that her testimony be limited to what is essentially a limited context, when I think the context matters and is important, is concerning, because at this stage in the proceedings, that simply leaves the defense with no opportunity to go in and verify or corroborate who else was at the table. And in addition, there was another newer statement about the timing of retirement potentially, which hasn't been raised or brought up until today. And again, that goes directly to that relevancy issue and what weight the jurors may give the statement, and is also another fact that the defense would not have had an opportunity to previously look at, even though the discovery may have included that she would be called, that the defense potentially had an opportunity to interview her before trial. The reality is, in the first motion limine, we had a specific narrow statement that was proposed to be offered, and that's now been expanded in both who heard it and the facts that would come along with it. So I think that the proposal that I just limit that testimony down does not necessarily, number one, provide the jury with an adequate, true context of what happened here because of that limitation. And number two, I think in rebuttal here, where she's already testified, is just unfair to the defense without an opportunity now to challenge who else may have been present for this conversation, and was that accurately recalled by the witness, or does anyone else recall that discussion taking place? So for those reasons, upon considering the motion in limine under Rule 615, I am going to exclude Janice Olson from further testifying in the state's rebuttal evidence here at this time, having considered all that, including the testimony of Emma Murray as well, which did open the door for this, but I think the expanded scope of where this could go is problematic at this stage. So in the court's discretion, I'm going to disallow the testimony of the witness. Any questions on that ruling, Mr. Pryor?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Wixom, any questions on the court's ruling?
No question, Judge, and certainly the state accepts the court's ruling, but we would just, unless I misunderstood the court, she has always maintained the issue of the retirement being her reason. So I just wanted to note that, but we understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Wixom. So thanks for allowing time to take that up. We'll now, I believe, get the jurors brought in if they're ready, and we'll start. So who will the state be calling as a witness at this time?
Dr. Christensen?
Okay, thank you. And that's your witness, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, please. Here's our present counter for Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, continuing with the state's rebuttal. At this time, the court would note the jurors, all 17 have returned, and each has signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction as we broke for the weekend. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction each time we have a recess. At this time, then, the state is continuing to present witnesses in rebuttal. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
The state would call Dr. Eric Christensen.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let me see.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please remind the jury who you are?
Yes, Eric Christensen. I'm the recently retired chief medical examiner from the state of Utah.
And Dr. Christensen, have you been watching any portions of this trial with the exception of Dr. Raven's testimony?
No, and I haven't watched that. I've just read the transcript.
And outside of that, you have not heard the other testimony presented, is that correct?
I have not.
How long did you work at the Utah Medical Examiner's office?
15 and a half years.
And Dr. Christensen, when you are looking at an autopsy, are you looking at more than just the autopsy itself in order to reach a conclusion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes, that's a routine part of what we do, is not just the autopsy itself, but the evaluation of any tests that we order, as well as a review of whatever history we can find that will help us sort things out.
And why do you do that?
It's essentially information gathering. I think I may have said when I was here last that I don't have the ability to sit down and talk with my patients and ask them what's going on with you, what happened with you. And so all of that sort of information for me comes from other sources. It can be from medical records. It can be from interviews with people that knew them. It can be any number of things. And so we gather all that other kind of information in an attempt to understand what's going on with that person.
And you mentioned that your patient can't talk to you.
Yes.
Do you recall making that statement? Would that be similar to when somebody goes into the doctor and fills out a medical history?
Yes. I mean, when you go see your doctor, they ask you questions about what's going on with you before they decide on a course of treatment with you. That history gathering, those papers they always make you fill out before you go in or send you ahead of time, and all those kind of things. That's information gathering, similar to what we do in our context, just we don't have the ability to get it directly from the patient.
And when you're gathering that information, is it because you've already formed a conclusion and you're simply trying to find information to back it up?
No.
Is it the opposite?
Yes, it's an attempt to basically find as much information as we can that will be relevant to why this person died, and then sorting that problem out.
And then turning to Tammy Daybell, do you recall the autopsy on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And as part of your involvement in the case, did you review other documents?
Yes,
Did those documents include medical records?
they did.
Generally speaking, if you're doing an autopsy where the cause of death is not immediately apparent, do you generally request medical records?
Yes, that's a fairly routine part of what we do.
And again, is that to provide you that background information to help informing your conclusion?
Yes,
And in this case, do you recall receiving multiple additional reports from law enforcement?
yes, we did.
And at some point, did you review those?
Yes,
And did you at some point also create a list, or did the Office of the Medical Examiner keep some kind of a list of all those documents reviewed?
yes,
And did those include reports from the coroner and or interviews of the coroner from
Yes.
Fremont County?
Both.
And also the deputy coroner,
Yes.
the officer that arrived on scene of Tammy's death?
Yes.
Did you also review reports regarding an attempted shooting?
Yes.
Did you review multiple reports involving people providing some background information about Tammy?
Yes.
Did that include background information regarding her health?
Some of them commented on that. Yes.
And when we talk about those medical records, do you recall which medical records you reviewed?
We reviewed records from the Teton Clinic as well as from Seasons Medical. And then we also were able to get records from a clinic in Springville, Utah, where she had been seen before relocating to Idaho.
And at some point, have you also had an opportunity to review a report prepared by Dr. Raven?
Yes.
Did you see in that report her list of documents she reviewed?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that it was much smaller than the list you reviewed?
Overall,
Yes, there was a lot less. We reviewed a lot more than what was on her list.
Did you also note that she made no indication of reviewing medical records?
Yeah, there was no list of medical records in the report that I saw.
And in her report, she'd reached a conclusion.
She did.
In your review of her report and just looking at what she looked at, if you hadn't had the additional information, would you have maybe reached her same conclusion?
It's certainly possible. Yes.
And again, is that exactly why you request the additional documentation so that you can make an informed decision?
Yes, it changes when you are dealing with multiple possible causes of death, you're looking for information that will help you either increase or decrease the likelihood of any one of those possibilities. And so, yeah, that additional information gathering is aimed at that endeavor.
And again, that additional information is not to confirm a decision you've already made. Is that correct?
No.
It's simply to provide you necessary information.
Yes.
And when we talk about Tammy's autopsy, again, can you talk us through, when you start that autopsy, what external injuries, if any, did you observe?
The only injuries she had that were externally visible were a few bruises on her upper arms and one on her chest.
So again, is it fair to say when you first observed Tammy, the cause of death is not readily apparent?
That's correct.
And then when you performed the actual autopsy, can you remind us internally what you observed as far as her organs?
Yeah, essentially normal organs, normal brain, normal heart, no significant pathology in any of her organs.
Do you recall observing something called pulmonary edema?
Yes.
And can you again explain what that is for the jurors?
Yeah, pulmonary edema is simply buildup of fluid within the lungs. Fluid leaks out of the alveolar capillaries, the little small vessels that are involved in exchanging air into the blood in the lungs. As a result of a variety of different processes, that fluid can leak out of those capillaries and start filling the air spaces, and then mixes with the proteins and things that are already in those spaces and creates a foamy froth.
So as you're doing the internal autopsy, was a cause of death readily apparent at that point?
No.
Based on what you observed, what did you determine were possible causes of death?
So in any case where you have essentially no significant findings, she had pulmonary edema was really it, then we are looking at a fairly short list of possible causes of death. Those include cardiac arrhythmias that are not related to structural problems in the heart. They include seizures, includes asphyxial deaths of all kinds. It would include drug intoxication. And those are probably the big four categories of things with no anatomic cause evident.
So if we break those down a little bit, can you remind everyone what you did in relation to the potential toxicology or poison overdose, looking into that?
Sure. We initially started with a fairly broad panel of toxicology testing.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming cumulative and not related to presentation of the defense.
On cumulative, Ms. Blake, is this distinguishing from testimony already offered in the first time he's testified?
Just going over it to remind the jurors, I think in a trial of this length, generally, it's not necessarily considered cumulative to review some of the information.
And Judge, that's a walking response. It's cumulative.
Well, at this point, Ms. Blake, I will ask you to just maintain the scope to what's proper on rebuttal at this time and not, I will sustain a cumulative objection if it's simply the repetition of testimony previously offered.
And if I may respond briefly.
Go ahead.
As far as for purposes of rebuttal, I think Dr. Raven did come in. She presented that she made findings. We went over what she did and didn't review. So I think reviewing with the medical examiner what he went through is proper for rebuttal.
Okay, well, again, I'll at this point sustain that objection. If you'd like to continue, I'll just keep an eye on that. If you could keep the scope to rebuttal, please.
Toxicology tests were in fact conducted, correct?
Yes.
Based on those, did you find it likely that Tammy would have died of anything related to toxicology issues?
No.
And then what is another cause that can that you would look into?
Seizures was also something we assessed.
And again, you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that right?
Yes.
Any notations or signs of a prior history of seizures?
No.
Did you ultimately determine seizures was a likely cause of Tammy's death?
No, it was not a likely cause.
And then you said a cardiac arrhythmia.
Yes.
Similarly, did you look at Tammy's heart?
Yes.
Any signs of irregularities?
Her heart was structurally normal.
Given her age, medical records, and your review of everything, did you determine that a cardiac arrhythmia was a likely cause of death?
It was not.
And what did that leave you with?
That left asphyxial causes essentially at that point.
Did you see any indications in Tammy's medical records of any negative interaction of any drugs and or homeopathic medication she may have been using?
Judge, again, it's cumulative.
Overruled.
Are you aware or did you learn that Tammy was taking an antidepressant?
Yes.
Did you see any signs or indication that the antidepressant played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication that sleep apnea may have played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see anything in her medical records regarding sleep apnea?
Not that I recall. No.
Would sleep apnea generally be something that you would be concerned about causing a sudden death for someone?
When it does, it certainly can be associated with sudden death, but generally speaking, that is in the setting of someone who has significant additional comorbidities, usually significant obesity and underlying heart disease.
In reviewing Tammy's medical records and performing the autopsy, was Tammy obese?
No.
Are you familiar with, I may say this term wrong, but colloidal silver?
Colloidal silver.
Colloidal
Yes.
silver. Any indication that played a role in Tammy's death?
No.
And we talked about ultimately the cause of death being determined to be asphyxiation.
Yes.
When you are looking at the manner of death, how many potential manners do you consider?
There are generally 5. A death can be ruled for manner, can be ruled a natural death, an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or undetermined.
In this case, did you see any indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was natural?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was accidental?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication to lead you to believe the death was suicide?
No.
So the 2 categories left would be homicide and undetermined, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say undetermined is a category if 2 or more of the other 4 are still on the table?
Yes, generally we will use undetermined. The most common scenario where we encounter that is overdose deaths, where someone, for example, has a history of abusing medication, but also has a history of depression and maybe even prior overdose attempts, and then they're dead of an overdose that is related to something that they routinely abuse. In the absence of a note or something else like that, it's very difficult to distinguish whether that overdose was intentional or not. And so we use undetermined as manner for those kinds of things.
And in your experience with the autopsies you've conducted and the death certificates you've signed off on, at some point, have you used all of those different manners on different death certificates?
Yes.
So is it fair to say in this case, you weren't starting with the conclusion that it was homicide and working backwards?
No.
Was it the opposite direction?
Yes.
Once you determined that the other 3 manners were not likely, that left you with which one?
Homicide or undetermined, but there was really nothing to compete with homicide. And so undetermined was taken off the table.
In your review of Dr. Raven's report and testimony and the questioning here today and through the trial, has your opinion as to the cause of death changed?
No.
Has your opinion as to the manner of death changed?
No.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be
Asphyxia.
and the manner of death?
Homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Christensen.
Good morning.
I'd like to go procedurally through the process of what you performed in this particular case, if we could.
Sure.
At some point, you were present for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then within the same day, you performed an autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did your analysis of that autopsy, made your findings at that point. Is that correct?
Not on that day. No.
Okay. You drew some medical conclusions about items that you would cross off your list. Would that be fair at that time?
We had some initial information, but not enough to exclude anything at that point.
What initial information did you have?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said you had initial information. Is that at the time of the autopsy or was that before the autopsy?
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, that's what I meant.
So then at the conclusion of the autopsy and on the same day that they reburied Tammy Daybell, at that point, you started requesting additional information from law enforcement. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically what you asked for law enforcement in terms of what you requested at that point?
I don't recall specifically, no.
A lot of items.
Yes, we received ultimately a lot of items.
And let me ask you, have you ever heard the expression confirmatory bias?
Confirmation bias, yes,
Okay.
I've heard that.
Well, I guess I'm using it in a psychology context, confirmation bias. And isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation in which you have science and you're examining a
Action, Your Honor, counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Overruled.
confirmation bias, isn't it true? Confirmation bias is a situation where you're given a certain number of facts, and then you go outside those facts to get collateral information that may or may not influence your decision. Would you agree with that?
Not exactly, no. I mean, confirmation bias to me, my understanding of that concept is that you, at some point along a process of making a decision, you have information, you come to a conclusion, and then you essentially evaluate all subsequent information in light of that initial conclusion, both looking selectively for things that support your opinion and rejecting things that don't conform to that opinion.
Okay, so at some point you requested a number of items from law enforcement, is that right? After you did the autopsy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you reviewed, I think, Teton Medical, do you recall that?
Yes.
Seasons Medical,
Yes.
and then a small amount of medical on Springville, right?
Correct.
There wasn't much there, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And when we talk about the amount of information provided to you from law enforcement, it was significant, wasn't it?
It was a lot of information. Yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how much time it spent to go through all that information that you were provided by law enforcement?
I would guess multiple hours, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. And at some point, you hadn't made a decision at this point, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at this point, you didn't have anything specifically in your evaluation that caused you to go away from either undetermined or asphyxia homicide, correct? That's where you were at the end?
At the end, ultimately, our final discussion was around the deciding between undetermined or homicidal asphyxia.
Okay, and at that point, based on your review of all of the law enforcement reports and everything that the police officers have provided to you, you decided to lean towards homicide. Is that right?
But we made a decision that this we would rule this a homicide. Yes.
As part of your review of this case, did you talk to Chad's daughter, Emma Murray?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Garth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Mark?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Seth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's mom or dad?
No.
Okay. So you got information from law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go back and look at anything provided to you from the family to give you some concept of what potentially the family history or medical was, correct?
Nothing was provided to me from the family.
Well, nothing was provided, but you didn't ask, right?
I did not.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't ask, did you?
I did not.
And you specifically asked the police officers to provide you information about this case. Is that right?
Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
After you provided this exhaustive list of police reports that they provided to you, at what specific date did you make your determination?
I don't know specifically when it was. It was sometime in the days immediately preceding when we signed the report, but I don't recall specifically which of those days.
Would it be fair to say that it was 14, 15 months later that you finally signed the report?
I believe that's about the right timeline. Yes, 13, 14 months.
So after 14 or 15 months of looking at this, you then made the decision that you came to the conclusion you did. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the autopsy. And obviously I'm not a medical examiner. But when I read the autopsy, I noted that you didn't make any note of the inflammation that was occurring in Tammy's lungs. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up?
Because there's no significant inflammation in her lungs.
And you made the determination that it wasn't significant, correct?
That's correct.
So we don't know what the level of the inflammation was at the time that Tammy Daybell died, right?
Section, Your Honor, counsel's testifying misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained. We'll strike the question.
Do you know the level of inflammation that was in Tammy Daybell's lung at the time of her death?
I know it was in her lungs at the time I looked at them from the time of autopsy, which would be expected to be reflective of that.
All right. And if there's inflammation in the lungs, that would be a reasonable explanation for why we had potential fluids in the lungs, would it not?
There was not sufficient inflammation in her lungs to account for the pulmonary edema that was present.
Okay. And at no time when you testified the first time, did you mention the fact that there was inflammation in Tammy Daybell's lungs, did you?
No. And Do you want further response?
Well, you can if you'd like. Go ahead.
There's inflammation. Inflammatory cells are a normal constituent of lungs, even normal healthy lungs. It's normal for there to be inflammatory cells there. In small numbers, they're there basically to do the job of what inflammatory cells do, fight intruders and deal with infections. And there was no significant increase in the amount of inflammatory cells present in her lung.
Okay, so if there's no, if it's part and parcel of a normal lung, then wouldn't the response in the autopsy say that it was a normal lung?
I would expect so, yes.
Yeah, and instead, in the autopsy, you talked about inflammation in the lung. So this wasn't part and parcel of just a little inflammation. There was inflammation in the lungs, wasn't there?
I would have to review them. I don't recall
Okay.
at this point.
And Judge, could I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you. So I previously discussed with you that on the very first time you testified, you didn't mention anything about inflammation in the lungs. Is that right?
And not that I recall.
All right. And then today, when the prosecutor called you back after the defense has rested their case as a rebuttal witness,
Objection, Your Honor. That's a narrative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
second time you're called back, questioned by the prosecutor. Again, no discussion about inflammation of the lungs,
Your
correct?
Honor, argumentative, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Second time you're back, again, no discussion about inflammation in the lungs, correct?
Correct.
And then only after the defense attorney gets up here and questions it does the subject come up. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing else.
All right, Ms. Blake, redirect.
Dr. Christensen, have you testified before?
Yes.
And are you familiar with court proceedings that the state brings people back as rebuttal witnesses?
Yes.
So have you testified in that capacity before?
A couple of times, yes.
Counsel just went over inflammation in the lungs pretty in depth. Again, was there any indication that inflammation of Tammy's lungs caused her death?
No.
I think you said there was no significant or there was no signs of inflammation that would have caused the pulmonary edema.
That's my recollection.
And you considered the possible causes of death given essentially a negative autopsy.
Yes.
In your role as a medical examiner in Utah, do you generally request reports if the cause of death is not readily apparent?
Yes.
And is that exactly what you did in this case?
Yes.
So nothing about this was different than what you would normally do as far as information gathering.
In terms of the gathering, no. The volume was certainly different, but what we request is not different. There was just a lot more generated in this case.
And in reviewing the reports provided by law enforcement, were there any reports where Chad's kids had agreed to speak with law enforcement and provide information?
Not that I recall.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused?
Judge,
to
I'm
speak
going to
with law
object.
enforcement?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused to speak with law enforcement?
I don't know if it would surprise me or not. I mean, certainly they're right not to talk to law enforcement. But
And if you had been provided reports that included statements from the kids, would you have reviewed them?
absolutely.
And if none were provided, would it surprise you to learn it's because they don't exist?
No.
And again, when you're requesting that additional information, is it because you've already made a decision and you're simply trying to support it?
No.
And in fact, is it the opposite?
Yes. We gather information to help us make a decision.
And is that what you did in this case?
It is.
And again, based on the information you gathered the autopsy, anything about questions today or other information that would cause you to change your opinion?
No.
And again, your opinion on the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, I have additional questions.
What topic?
Kids, no reports.
Your Honor, that was well within the scope.
That was within the scope. It was brought up on cross, so I don't see that there was a door open for any recross at this point. So that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Christensen. The state can call its next witness.
The state would call David Stubs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, I'll note, Officer Stubbs is on the stand, has been sworn again. I am going to inquire, have you been observing or reviewing any of this trial testimony since you were last here?
No, sir.
And have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given?
No, sir.
All right, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Mr. Stubbs, you've testified before, but can you just briefly remind the jury of your name and your law enforcement experience?
Well, retired detective, Rexburg Police Department. Served in that capacity for approximately 30 years.
Do you recall testifying about serving warrants on Google in this case?
I do.
Did you receive Google records for an email account, chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes, I did.
What type of records did you receive when you got those?
Well, anything that was in the warrant that Google would have record of that we asked for, things like search history, location services, user, owner of the account information, things like that.
And did you review those records?
I did.
Did you review the Google, the search history records?
Yes.
When you reviewed those records, did you find anything related to turning location data off on a phone?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
January 3rd, 2019, the user of the account looked up how to turn off the location services on location or GPS services on an iPhone.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C. Defense has been previously provided a copy, and I have a courtesy copy of that and 2 other exhibits for the court.
All right. Mr. Wood, these have not been previously admitted, is that correct?
That is, well, they do come in under the business records affidavit that was admitted under 107,
Okay. I just was.
but they have not
clarifying.
previously been admitted, these specific items.
Very well, thank you.
Detective, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C?
I do.
What is it?
It would be the in portion search history from the Chad.Daybell Google search history.
And did you, what you're seeing on that screen or that piece of paper, is that a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in the search history?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107C.
Any objection?
No objection.
107C is admitted.
And may I publish the EMO?
Yes.
Detective, what do you see on this page?
This would be in part some of the search history from the Chad.Daybell Google search history.
And what is the date on those searches?
This would be January 3rd, 2019.
Detective, when you get, have you had other occasions to review returns from Google for Gmail accounts?
Yes, I have.
And you talked earlier about looking for location data.
Correct.
Where do you normally find that in the return?
So when Google sends you a return of requested items from your search warrant, most generally, if they have information, it'll come in different, if you will, folders in one packet. And those packets are all labeled, folders are all labeled. So there's usually a folder that has location services as the heading.
Was there any such folder in the chat.daybell@gmail.com return?
There was a tab of that, yes.
And did you open that folder?
Yes.
What did you find in that folder?
When you open it, it's usually if there is information, it will come in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. However, if they don't have anything, it'll open up in a different window that says, as did this one, that there were no location services available.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as 107D. Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107D?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
It was, as I before mentioned, when opening that tab from the return statement saying that there are no locations available for the date range inquired.
And on State's Exhibit 107D, is that a true and accurate representation of what that folder appears, of what appears in that folder when you open it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107D.
Any objection?
No objection.
107D is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, what is on the screen?
So this is just what it would say, or what it did say when opening up that particular folder under the chad.daybell@gmail.com. States does not have records data available to export from the data range 1/1 of 1970 to 12/31/2019. So there was nothing available to give to us.
And to be clear, normally when you could click on that page, there's an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, if there was data available, there would be an Excel spreadsheet showing different locations and whatnot.
Mr. Stubbs, through your training and experience, are you aware if a Google user can request to have their location data deleted?
Yes, that is a possible feature.
How does someone go about doing that?
There's various ways you can do it, depending on the type of service you're using. But with Google, such as Google Maps, you can actually go into your user account and request that your information not be tracked. Number one. Number two, you can request that all past data be retracted from their records as well. You can do that in the Maps account. You can do it in your Gmail account. You can do it in your phone as well.
Thank you. In your review of the chad.daybell@gmail information, did you find a record of any such request?
Yes.
What did you find?
August 24th, 2019, a request was made through the Gmail account of chad.daybell to have all location GPS history deleted from the account.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 107E.
I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize States Exhibit 107E?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This would have been in the same Gmail account return, the Google Confidential and Proprietary tab. It is a delete request for, and this was done 8/24/2019.
And what format is that document in?
So because there was information, this looks to be in an Excel spreadsheet form.
And that form, the way it appears before you now, is that how it appears in the Google return?
Yes, when we got the return from Google, this is exactly how it appeared.
And so exactly how it appeared, is it fair to say that's a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in that, the chad.daybell@gmail information?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of States Exhibit 107E.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 107E is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, do you have a pointer up there?
Yeah, if I can. Oh, yep, I sure do.
Can you point out the title of that page?
Confidential and proprietary would be the, excuse me, the heading of the tab.
All right, and then in green at the top of the page, what does it say up there?
chaddaybell@gmail.com. Deletion history, location history.
And then in the body of that document, what do you see of interest to your investigation?
So this is what was of interest to me is the request to have deleted all location services. This was done, would have been 8/24 of 2019. Should be noted that the deletion range here goes back to 1970. Customarily in a lot of computer.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to go beyond, it's non-responsive.
I'll ask a question.
All right.
The 1970 date, is that date familiar to you?
It is a date commonly used by computer formats where they start recording, if you will, computer activity. 1970 1/1 is a common date for a lot of different formats that they start.
And again, what date was this request made?
This would have been requested August 24th, 2019.
Detective, we had earlier on the screen States Exhibit 107C, the search history you spoke about.
Yes.
When you get that search history, can you actually click on the items that were searched?
So if you recall, the short answer is yes.
Did you click on those items that were marked in States Exhibit 107C?
Yes.
What did you see when you did?
So it took me to the same web pages that would have been viewed by the user of this account. When you go to that, it has specific instructions, detailed instructions on how to turn those services off on iPhone device.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
C, D, and E.
All right. Those just admitted exhibits. Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit those to Mr. Pryor, 107 C, D, and E.
Thank you. And I saw that Mr. Wood called you Mr. Stubbs. Is that acceptable to you?
That'll work.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Stubbs, on Exhibit 107C, it has a date of January 3rd, 2019. You recall that?
Yes.
And that's the turning off the location services of a iPhone or iPad.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell has an Android device?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Tammy Daybell had an iPad device?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Had an iPad device.
That Tammy did?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. So if someone's trying to turn the location off on January 3rd of 2019 for an iPhone or an iPad, that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking up how to turn off an Android device, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. So this search was in talking Apple devices, right?
That is right.
And you're aware that Chad Daybell didn't have an Apple device, right?
I'm not sure if he had an Apple device, but I know he had an Android.
Okay. You're also aware that around January 3rd of 2019, that was shortly or around the time that Chad Daybell started having an extramarital affair with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for someone who's having an affair, even if Chad doesn't have an iPhone or an iPad, to try to maybe hide the fact that he's having an affair with someone, correct?
That could be the case.
Okay. Now, you talk specifically about turning off Google location devices, right? That's what this is about, right?
From the
Google?
searches, yes.
Yeah, so that relates to merely the information that Google is gathering for location services, correct?
Yes, but also the user was asking for how to turn those off using an Apple device.
Yeah, using an Apple device, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're turning off all of your location devices, right?
Are you talking about different devices?
Yeah, I'm talking about different devices.
I can only speculate that they're,
Judge, I'm,
Overruled. It's,
Go ahead.
you posed the question, he can answer. Go ahead.
I can only speculate that they're referring to one device.
okay. An iPhone or an Apple device, right?
Correct.
You said it's the user's account. That's what you said, right? It's the user's account. The person who did this was the user's account.
Was using the Chad.Daybell account, yes.
We don't know who was using the account to turn off location services on their Apple device, right?
I can't tell you who was using the account other than the account name.
Are you aware in the Daybell family between Chad and Tammy, which one was the computer person in that relationship?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. 8/24/2019. The exhibit talks about going back to 1970. It's not unusual to do a deletion of your search history, is it, in any regard with anybody, right?
I guess
Objection
that
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Anybody can do a search history and delete their search history, right?
that's correct.
And if you're having an affair with someone close in time when maybe that person may be moving from Arizona to Idaho, you may want to delete your history to cover your tracks, right?
Possibly.
Okay. There's no other way to decide who was doing that search history deletion though, right?
Other than the account user
Right.
name, no.
And you don't know the location of where they were conducting that deleting that search history, right?
That is correct.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Stubbs, you were asked by counsel about the possibility of deleting location data to hide an affair.
Yes.
And through your investigation, are you aware if Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having an affair?
Yes.
Are you aware if Lori Vallow had an iPhone?
Yes, she did.
Counsel asked you about deleting search histories to cover the tracks of an affair.
Yes.
Could a person also delete their location data to cover the tracks of crimes committed?
Yes.
If part of those crimes involved the location of missing children, could that be a reason to delete that data?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is a good breaking point probably for the mid-morning recess. Is the state gonna have another witness to call?
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Mr. Stubs. All right, thanks, counsel. We'll go ahead and take that mid-morning recess, and then the state does have an additional witness to call after that. So we'll go ahead and be on recess until, let's reconvene at 10:30 for the next witness, please.
All right, please.
What's up? Okay. You coming? I had to run back in here. Oh, you look all cute.
I did find my makeup.
All right. Yeah,
in
that's
this pile of stuff here. Oh, wow. So instead of getting some good stuff, we're getting this, oh my God, math and legal stuff. And
right. We want some damn Daybell kids. All right. And they're the one that came in here and put a kink in everything.
I don't think any of this makes any difference, the stuff they're arguing about now. I mean, to
really,
the jury, no,
when you
I
back
don't.
out and you take the long view, you take the grand view, you know, you got to back out. No, I mean, he has sealed the deal. He likes to seal stuff, right? So,
And you can buy an iPhone. You
yep.
can buy an iPhone. What do you call it? Burner phone. You sure
Mhm.
can. So
Yep.
we don't know how many damn phones they had. Sorry.
Right? And we can give her a damn cell phone. One of them cellular phones, them cellular telephones.
I am so
Right.
mad at Dr. Pepper for making these things I've got addicted to.
Yeah, preach. Oh, I do too. I want to see y'all. I started a bunch of comments. Just I want to read them at random, okay? Because they're hilarious. Some of them are just real. I showed the stream of the Daybell. Okay, I already did that one. Let's see. Well, I'm not starting off very well, am I? Oh, we're already at 16,000 views. So that's crazy. Okay, from yesterday. This one, the one we did last night.
Wow.
And it's less than 12 hours, y'all. That's a record. That is a record. So thank you so much. You know, for real. Whatever, I mean, y'all helping us catch the algorithm wave, you know. And so the tricky part is I got to kind of stay on top of that. So do you want to have a live stream later tonight or this evening?
Yeah, why not?
Just kind of discuss every day, right? Should have been doing that from jump. And we need an avenge the raccoon emoji, handcuff emoji. And then thank you, KK, for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Didn't Emma say that her mom was quiet and didn't say anything when signing the death certificate, aka life insurance policy for her lazy ass gravedigger playboy? I hope I read that, you know, the way you said it.
Golly.
And then thank you, Cheyenne Pina, for the 10 gifted difficult research memberships, aka the 10 channel memberships, aka which is the Chad Daybell Book Haters Club. Okay, so that's what that is. Thank you. And then Sue Ellen says, my husband thinks I should up my life insurance before I expire. Right.
Oh, wow.
And John Shepard said, prior, no one in that courtroom knows you. So that's how John Shepard feels, and I'm sure that I do too. Let's see. Beach Bum says, y'all, he knows it's almost over. His nose is buried in his chin. He knows it's all but over. I like that one too. Jennifer
gotta know.
said, Yeah, oh yeah. You can tell. Like he's just like she said, his chin is buried. I mean, his nose is buried in his chins. Well, I'm gonna say chins. And then Jennifer says, hey Chode, we hate your books, yo. Emma. Oh well, let me take that one down. Stormy. No. Hippie Gypsy says, yes, Crush, I hope so. It seems like so many mistakes are being made here. Was Chad's home ever taped off as a crime scene, for instance? Yeah, it was for 2 days.
Do you think that they checked the rest of the property like carefully? I mean, I feel like there's still something there that Emma is like, we're gonna hold on to this property so nobody else can dig a
And
hole.
it's in
Or
that damn mattress or something, I swear.
I don't know.
What the hell are they doing? It's a damn cozy cone. It's been trouble ever since it entered our vocabulary, unfortunately.
Yeah, this weekend I went back and was listening to some of our earlier trial days, and from the very beginning we're going, why is he making such a freaking big deal out of some steps and all those things? And we're going, he drew more attention than would have ever been drawn attention to it if he hadn't kept talking about it.
Then with the whole downstairs upstairs bullshit, I'm like, dude, quit gaslighting people, okay?
That's so funny.
So what are they hiding, really?
I don't know. Did they check the freezer?
I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I swear I find more and more stuff in that damn Hamblin case, and I'm like, it tells you their beliefs. It tells you what they're doing. They're like praying for demonic spirits to possess their body so they can have power, whatever the hell they're doing. I feel like we are seeing the fruits of right here. Okay,
and the power they think that they're getting, you can clearly see how powerful it is. Any of you people who think that you're going to kill some kids and eat and drink, whatever y'all are doing over there, it don't help you. It ain't helping you.
No. Yeah, you're going to have a couple more probations for that. You're regressing. You are regressing. You're not progressing. Yeah, that's for sure. I had asked if anybody thinks that I just can't shake the feeling, and I mean it's not a bad feeling, so that's kind of weird. But that I feel like they're going to charge Chad in Arizona from Arizona too, just like they did with Lori.
I think so too.
I don't know.
I think they're holding off because they don't want to prejudice this jury or this thing, before this is finished. That's what I think.
And I think I really do think that Arizona and Idaho are working together. There's actually Arizona even put on the what do you call it, indictment or whatever it is, the charging document, that Idaho has some of their or a lot of their evidence. So that's got to go back to Arizona too. And do y'all remember them wanting Nicole Heidemann? She's the James and Elena enterer, FBI tactical specialist. So it's either for the gun aspect or maybe both. I don't know. But she's the one that has been entering in the James and Elena story in this one. She brought the storm.
The wedding planner lady. I think
she's
that's
FBI.
what she called it. That's what I thought, but maybe it's not the same lady.
That's Joyce Meyer. The thing about liars is they can never keep their story straight. Nope. It's a lie after lie. Yeah. Good morning. And then I know.
Poor Garth, when he was like on the 911 call, he said it. I don't know. I mean, like, he didn't even know what. It's like, what am I supposed to say? I don't know. Bless his heart. Big liar.
I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know. And I really just don't too much trust his integrity right now.
No, none of them.
It's been shot. And so it really, I mean, and so this is how I feel. I feel like by the Daybell siblings doing that, they're also poo-pooing on my family too. And they
Yes.
have
Yes, they are.
poo-pooed on my family this whole time. So
Yes, they have.
I've really given them the benefit of the doubt. I really, over 4 years, okay, however long I've known they existed. I mean, I've made, like, frowned at some of the things I've seen and just kind of overlooked. I'm sure I've said my share of, little snark comments, but really, I just always wanted to treat them the way that I thought maybe Tammy would want me to treat her children, because they are half hers. However, I'm just like, oh my God, she was doomed. She was absolutely freaking doomed.
I'm just going to say Tammy might want us to slap hers around right now.
Right.
At this point, Tammy might be willing for us to get a switch out.
It just sucks that they are defending their dad. And I understand. I mean, they're not the first parent or parents to, you know what I mean? Could be allegedly maybe Barry Morphew. Could be, look at Alec Murdaugh, except, he kind of went to jail right away. But, still, one of his sons has to live without everybody, basically. But who else? That guy you talk about on here, I never can remember his name. It's a weird name. I don't know it. His dad killed his mom. Courtier, or I don't know his name.
Collier Landry.
That's why I didn't want to say it.
It sounds like both of his names sounds like last names or something to me.
Yeah. Well, Landry, I should know that. That's one of my cross streets over here. Landry's a Louisiana name too. But holy crap. This has happened throughout time, but everybody gets over it. You persevere.
Well, as when this first happened, because he looked so much like as a child as his murderous father, that his mother's family didn't want him. And because he had told on his daddy and got his daddy put in jail, none of his daddy's people want him. And he got put into the
Really?
what do you call it? Yes. And it got adopted out. Because he was hated by both sides of the family. One, because he looked like a
jacked up.
Yes, it is jacked up. It's a wonder he turned out to be a decent as human as he is. You're very nice, Collier. I didn't mean that you weren't nice. It's surprisingly how nice you are to have been through so much trauma.
Yeah, that's showing like some major. And so, yeah, she's talking about Collier Landry. So I know at first I was like, Garth, but people, this happens, and people, other children or other, spawn of these people, and BTK's daughter too. She's really kicking some ass,
To Collier's mother, who got murdered, her name was Noreen.
Mm.
And isn't that Lori's middle name?
Yeah, it is.
And anyway, cool.
Yeah, and confirmatory bias, John Pryor, and the Dr. Christensen was like confirmation bias. Oh my God, I couldn't type this fast enough.
And Pryor was like, "Well, I'm saying it in the psychological pronunciation context.
Yeah, you're saying it wrong. You are saying it wrong, Pryor."
And it doesn't. It's no,
I know he's tired. He's got to be tired. Oh man, thank you, Lisa. Does Kay know she family can request Judge Boyce place a no contact order for Chad and Lori as part of Chad's sentence? I hope a no contact order is placed for justice and safety. Now, I don't know. I didn't know that, but when we signed up for, I and I'm just gonna say me, because my mom and Larry, they have different, hold on. I gotta mute Donna. I can't think. They have like a different real I guess relationship dynamic, with JJ. I'm his aunt, so it's not like, and then really the way they were looking at it, they were looking at it as if JJ were actually Lori's, like her blood. And so it would make me actually JJ's cousin. So it would just kept getting weirder and weirder. But I know that's not even what you asked or said. But I mean, I know that whenever they move inmates and stuff like that, we do get alerted. I don't know if that's above and beyond that. Pretty cool though. Thank you. Thank you again though. And thank you, Ashley. Hope you're doing good. Thank you so much. Let me get back over here. Do you think the tone in which Pryor badgers people is detrimental? Yeah, I think so. I think they're done. The jurors. What do y'all think? Y'all think the jurors are done with the way he talks to people? I mean, but then he can be so freaking like good and nice but then we know it's fake, we're just like, okay, what's he doing? Why is he doing that? How long is it gonna last? And what does he want? That's what I say. What does he want? And who's he trying to impress today? Okay, I unmuted you, Donna. If you're right here, I don't know where you're at. I can't think. And Jason he used to get upset with me, and I'm like, it's not you, it's me.
No, it's okay. My mom, when she wanders by, sometimes I'm like, uh-oh, it's like, what's she getting into?
Where are you going, girl? Yeah. Why am I not coming with you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't wander off.
Don't you wander off.
Yeah. Right. I actually had an uncle, Silas, who used to walk the streets of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and we'd be like, "Where's Uncle Silas?" I mean, he was like in Vietnam and probably some other wars, and his head used to shake back. It used to freak me out because I mean, he was like my grandma's brother-in-law, so he was like my great uncle, I guess you could say, but he was so nice. He really was. I was a kid and I used to size people up even when I was a kid. I know. That's funny. Pryor's girlfriend in the cozy cone with a raccoon and a Dodge Dakota. Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Right. And hanging out the damn window with a do we do a paintball gun or a pot stirrer? If it's John Pryor in the Dodge Dakota, then we do a paintball gun. Just for demonstrative purposes.
And a candlestick because they don't have much electricity in a cozy cone.
Oh my God. That was good. And I'll say burn to that. Right. Anyways, okay, went too far. My goodness. I finally grouped my tabs and color coded them. So now I won't be like, where's the stream? When I'm switching between windows and stuff. I know I'm late to 2024. Very late. I just never was one to work on a desktop computer. I can rule the world from my phone.
You're blowing my mind. I didn't even know that.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, it's like, yeah, the color stands out. And I'm like, oh, okay, there we go. Do you think they turned Cheyenne Penis says question, do you think they turned Tylee and JJ iPad device locations off? I don't know. I don't know. I've thought about this though. I know that after the kids were murdered and Lori was in Hawaii, there's a lot of I guess, correspondence between agents and agencies actually, and the FOIA docs. And so I remember running across quite a just bit of random data. And one of the touch points was that Lori, or they just said that Tylee's earbuds were in Hawaii. I'm sorry. They go too many damn places, okay? So because I want to say that JJ's iPad, I want to say I don't know. I don't want to say anything now because I don't know if I'm gonna have it right. But it was something about JJ's iPad, and it's like one of the agents said something like it would be interesting to see if I guess if it located her there, something along those lines. So don't take me verbatim, but something like that. 5 more minutes. Okay, good. So I want to just play this while we wait for the court. So this is from Tammy Daybell, laughing and dancing with coworkers. Okay, this is Tammy right here. I put it in slow motion kind of, so I know a lot of you have seen it, but I mean, I want to say I remember when this came out, and I think if they were playing the song, I think it would be Uptown Funk You Up or whatever, Uptown Funk. Because I want to say I've seen this before a long time ago. Look, Tammy's over here to the left. And they're going to do like a conga line. She just ran that way. But I was like, Now, I mean, it was a couple years ago, but still, it's just the point, you know. They've made watch the wall. Yeah, she's about to show up. I mean, like I said, I put it in slow motion so we could, because it's kind of hard to follow her. So Tammy's going to be towards the back of the conga line here. I think that's what it's called. Look, she's right here. Okay, flapping her wings. Okay. Yeah, she's just so, I mean, she's an invalid, straight up. She's a zombie. I feel bad for all her coworkers right there. Look, there she is again. Okay, she done made a lap. But I do think it's important to share, whomever uploaded this is somebody that knew her, I'm sure, and found it important to show everybody. That's how I felt with Tylee and JJ here. There she is. With just humanizing them, because Chad, Lori, and friends and associates and co-conspirators, both named and unnamed, okay, they have dehumanized them and continue to dehumanize them. And I mean, extend that on to all of Chad's supporters, all of his children. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty sick. And all the people that are like, oh my God, this is not our religion. I'm like, no shit, no shit. But can you please stop elevating, a building and men over our loved ones, that would be great. Over human life, basically. Anyways, look at her with her glasses. Yeah. They look like they had some fun. I looked in the parking lot here for the Dodge Dakota, but it's not there. Not that I know of. Maybe that's her motorcycle right there. I don't know. Just kidding. Oh, it's going to do outtakes real quick. Yeah, John Pryor caught misleading the jury in Chad Daybell trial. She's got that one too. Look, Tammy's going over the damn wall. Just saying. I mean, with a little help, but hey, damn, we're women. It's not like we have. I used to hang from the damn bars, for every year we'd have to do like I want to say every beginning of the year and the end of the school year, we'd have to run the mile and do all the things. But let me do this. Okay. But I was good at the V stretch. My best friend Missy, she was so tiny. She still is. Always has been. But that's just the way she is. And she was so good at doing like I don't even know what to call it, a pull up, I guess, but a steady one. I don't even know what to call it. I would just grab the bars and I know I was going down. So I was just like, come, we hurry and get this over with, you know? It is. We don't have the upper body strength, you know, y'all. I remember going like, oh my God, I can't think of it. Oh my God, not jet skiing, but what? Not on a board, oh my God, can't think of it. Behind a boat, a rope, you're knee boarding. There you go. Whoo, damn. It's like, screw you, Chad and Lori, for doing this to my brain, you know? I don't know. Can they do that? 0? I know, duality reality. I wish they would have had it in there too. Do you think the jurors will take a first vote to see if they're all on the same page? I would. I mean, if they can, I don't know. I'd be so ready to go home. You know, like that big paycheck. They should really, you know, I mean, can we change the laws with that? Just like jurors being, I mean, I know you don't want to have them paid off or anything. I'm sure there's a rhyme and a reason for it, but it don't too much make sense to me because your time is, you know, you can never replace it. So I do hope they charge Garth because they need to see that it's not okay to lie for people and or be complicit. Like, you know, that's if let's say Garth is innocent of anything murderous, okay, or criminal and, you know, harming anybody. I'm just going to say that shame on Chad. I mean, in that case, like, you know what? Get the damn death penalty, dude, because that is so morally bankrupt. Like he's never to be rehabilitated. I don't think he was ever habilitated, if that's even a word. I'm making it up if not. But I mean, it makes sense to me. But if they are, you know, like if Garth is involved, I mean, you know what? Hey, shame on you, dude. You know, like, and we can't just keep, and I mean, I'm telling myself this because I've coddled them. I've given them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not saying, oh my God, I hate them. No, okay. I know how to love someone from afar. And, you know, I feel for their journey of whatever that is, because yes, they are victims in this. However, they're also creating victims in this. So, I mean, it's just heart wrenching. It's the ripple effect that just, but yeah, definitely don't want them to think that this is okay. And that's why, you know, Melanie Gibb, the 7 gatherers, and, you know, the whole Kool-Aid and the gang. That's why they're continuing to do what they're doing. That's why Latter-day Media, aka Preparing A People, is still doing what they're doing. That's why Julie Rowe is still doing what she's doing. Tim Ballard. I mean, we can go on and on because they're never held accountable. And I think it's so important. I really do. Could be Amy Crew. Kool-Aid in the gang, right? I came up with that a long time ago.
I love it.
Well, and I know it, but it's actually Flavor Aid that was the, you know, Jim Jones. Is it Jim Jones? I always, y'all, my brain's not here, obviously. I'm like, do. But
It
y'all know
was
I'm
Flavor Aid.
yeah. So it's like,
But
that's not cool.
it's sort of like, I guess it depends on, like, where I live, a Coke, people call a Coke is like a generic word for pop or soda,
Me too. Yeah.
because we'll say, what kind of Coke do you want? That's not, that's not
Right,
a
or
thing. You
yeah,
either want a
if you're
Coke or
going to
something else.
yeah, if you're going to the store, Jason will say, "What do you want?" I'm like, "A Coke." But that could mean anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Oh gosh. Oh, I know. I'm just clicking on stuff while you talk, while we
well,
talk.
they should be back any time,
Yeah.
according to they don't have a watch over there, though. I've decided nobody has a watch in Idaho.
Right.
Oh
Oh, I
my
know.
gosh.
Mhm.
Comes on. Oh, I looked it up. The name of the song that Tammy and them were dancing to is "The Best Days of Our Life," and I didn't click on it, by a group called American Authors, and it looks like when does it say that came out? Maybe in 2000. I don't know anything about it. I'll have to check it out later, but it looks like that's what the song was.
Yeah. Okay, so I must be tripping. I swear. And I actually remember way in the beginning of this, I did find Tammy's YouTube channel. Okay. And she had some clogging, like I guess video of her clogging. But those went away because there was like some old timey, I even forget what it was. That's where Do You Want to Be a Mormon? That's where that came from.
Yeah.
As did she had like some older type movies and musicals and stuff on her channel. But then of course that doesn't benefit the narrative, so gotta take that down. And we know who got the damn passcodes. Now that I think about it, we know who got the passcodes. So
Yeah.
because you took it down because Chad can't take it down from jail.
It's Emma, and Emma
And
says
a
that
smartphone.
it wasn't my daddy that was all that mean fundamentalist. It was my mommy.
Yeah. Yeah. She was a damn zombie, right?
Lord.
I mean, do y'all think we're gonna see? Because I don't too much know this process. There was no defense at all in Lori's trial, so we were just like, okay. And I feel like Natalie, I'm like, oh my god, it's almost over. It so it's a little scary for me too, Natalie, because it's like, okay, well, what after? It's like a big thing that has been it's been such a hurdle, mountain. And it still is though, so I mean, this doesn't make it go away.
Yeah, no, it don't. In fact, I got more questions now than I did before they started.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that's cool. I know. And so again, the way they're just to me, especially being a family member, it's just like, oh my God, it's so overwhelming. I can't keep up. And I mean, I'm trying, I'm keeping up more of this trial than I did with Lori's being there. Okay. This is how I learn. I don't know. It's weird. And I mean, I guess whenever I'm in the courtroom, I found out that I'm so over, I think I've called it overstimulated, like all my senses are going off at the same time. I don't like being in there. It's very heavy in there and it's boring. You can't move, can't even open a damn candy wrapper because courtroom daddy's like, and he tells you if you have lifesavers, sit there and unwrap them before you come to court. We're like, all right. Thank you, courtroom daddy. Court often goes after the big bad and lets the little bad slide. Get off. Yeah, that is true. We've seen it. You've seen it here first. I can definitely say that. I'm just saying, it's all these people who just,
And they're all lying liars.
and y'all, I found like little things in like Ian's testimony. I was so busy worried about whenever Garrett Smith, the attorney from Arizona, got called out and sent out of the courtroom with his slimy ass. He slugged on out of there. And I'm thinking, I asked Jason, I'm like, if he's like this in Idaho, what the hell do you think he's going to be like when we go to Arizona? Oh my God. You know? So there's that aspect. And then, I forgot what I was going to say. It was about, Ian's testimony. There's this one part in Ian's testimony. Let's see if I can find it. It was interesting. I did write the timestamps down for what it's worth. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah. And I did re-upload Chad Daybell Follow the Prophet parody. I don't know if I want to hear that. It's horrible. Get ready to gag. Ready? And let's see. I don't know. You might have to pin it back up. Okay. Will you let us know when court comes back on?
I'll be watching.
Follow Chad Daybell into battle. He will not lead you astray. Follow Chad Daybell into battle as we march towards Judgment Day. He is preparing a people. He is a righteous man of God. Release our prophet held in county so we can hold to the iron rod. Follow Chad Daybell into battle. He will not lead you astray. Follow Chad Daybell into battle as we march towards Judgment Day. Fremont County incarcerates the prophet, a prosecutor by the name of Rob. Free the prophet to his people, and we will hie unto Kolob. Follow Chad Daybell into battle. He will not lead you astray. Follow Chad Daybell into battle as we march towards Judgment Day. The news lies about Chad Daybell. Nate Eaton wants glory and wants fame. God will send his soul to hell. Nate will live in the devil's flame. Follow Chad Daybell into battle. He will not lead you astray. Follow Chad Daybell into battle as we march towards Judgment Day.
All right.
Follow Chad Daybell into battle. He will not lead you astray. Follow Chad Daybell into battle as we march towards Judgment Day.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I know it's super, super disgusting, but hey, I mean, right? That's how they were wanting to be treated. That's what they were doing. Oh, thank you. I was about to do that. Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Was that Chad and Drag? It sure was. It sure was. Thank you. Good eye. Good eye, mate.
It said that he was headed towards Judgment Day. I thought, well,
Yeah, yeah, good point, Carolyn. Tammy sure did not look like an introvert in that video dancing. Right. Oh my God, Lamisa. LARPing for the Lordy. Just saying. I don't know who sang it. I have no idea. Yeah, I left it off of somewhere. I don't remember. Don't even remember, I was one track mind, because everything was disappearing. So whenever something would pop up, I would screen record it. Sometimes I would have like three devices in different rooms, Seriously. It's been crazy. It's been really crazy. I go back and look at I see some mouse movement there. she's psyching us out.
It's not me. But I just read on the Twitter that Nate said they're back in the courtroom waiting on Judge Boyce.
Mm.
So,
Was
it
he
should be
doing?
any
I don't
time.
know. Is it? I don't know.
He's
I don't
getting a
even know.
train.
I've heard Cultural Hall. I just don't know. I thought it was a YouTube channel myself. And that might be what you're talking about. I don't even know. I don't even know. I want to say it was like a, yeah, it was from that Lori channel, that Lori Daybell channel. It's where I got it from. I think. So don't hold me to that, but it would be nice to know.
Oh, here we
there
go.
they are.
All rise.
Let's get it on. Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated. Could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's all present count for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the morning recess. CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state is continuing with a rebuttal. If the state has another witness to call at this time, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant Hermeso.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, just a little bit. Okay. And speak right up. Thank you. All right, before we inquire on direct, then I'll note the witness, Lieutenant Hermeso, has been sworn. Lieutenant, have you observed or watched any trial testimony since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your responses, Ms. Blake. If you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hermeso, can you remind the jurors where you work?
Rexburg Police Department.
And did you begin work on a case involving two missing children, specifically JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when you became involved in that investigation?
When we started looking for JJ, that was November 26th, 2019, when we performed the welfare check.
And were you involved in the beginning of Idaho's involvement into the whereabouts of JJ Ballo?
Yes.
Do you recall when the bodies of the children were recovered
June 9th, 2020,
and where were they recovered?
Chad Daybell's backyard.
During the investigation, did you learn who Emma Daybell or Emma Murray is?
We did.
And who is she?
The daughter of Chad Daybell.
Lieutenant Hermeso, did you ever see Emma Murray at the gym?
I did one time early on in the investigation, yes.
And when you say early on in the investigation, would it have been before the discovery of the children?
It was.
When you saw her at the gym, did you approach her?
No,
Did you talk to her?
no,
Did you ask her questions?
No.
Did you go and work out by her?
no.
Have you ever driven by the Daybell property?
I have, yes.
Did you drive by it as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you have other reasons that you would sometimes drive by that property?
I have several reasons. We have our dry cleaning business that's a quarter mile down the road from the Daybell residence. I also have family that lives north of the Daybell residence. But most importantly, I think the reason I was driving by the Daybell residence was it was a very active investigation at that time.
Did that include driving by prior to the children being located?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Did you drive by prior to the location of the children's bodies?
Yes,
And did you drive by sometimes after?
yes,
Did you drive by 2 times a week?
no,
And again, when we talk about driving by that property, you said that was a significant piece of the investigation.
it was.
And can you remind us what was found on that property?
JJ, Vallow, and Tylee Bryan.
Do you know when Tammy died, where she was located?
I do.
Where was that?
Chad Daybell's bedroom.
So all 3 at the Daybell property or in the residence?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
No questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of Lieutenant Hermosillo. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, as I mentioned, this is the state's rebuttal evidence at this time. I'm going to inquire, does the state have another witness to call?
The state does not, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes rebuttal. That will bring us to the next stage of these proceedings then, ladies and gentlemen. The next matter the court will be taking up are the jury instructions in this case. I'll note we are taking time to work on those and have been working on them. I'll address more on the record with counsel in a formal jury instruction conference. We are going to be conducting the closing arguments in this matter, as I understand it, tomorrow. The state will have closing mid-morning. Is that the schedule the state still wishes to have for the closing argument, Ms. Blake?
That will work for the state, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And does that work for the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're going to have some matters to work on then between now and then administratively. That's going to allow the jurors to be excused for the day. They'll be returning again tomorrow. We'll take up other matters both on and off the record as we prepare for getting final instructions to the jurors before they would begin deliberations and to have for the closing arguments. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attendance this morning. You're going to recess to the jury room with some additional instructions before you're excused for the day. Please follow that continuing instruction of the court not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until you begin your deliberations. And please don't do anything to research or look the case up between now and then. That will conclude our juror service for today, and we'll return again tomorrow for closings. All please rise for the jurors. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Council, there's again going to be a jury instruction conference on the record. I'd if possible like to take that up later this afternoon. We'll do an informal jury instruction conference off the record to determine whether or not the parties have reviewed our proposed instructions that have been submitted and determine where there might be objections that can be considered by the court. In addition, we're going to discuss exhibits as well and make sure there's a clear record of what's been admitted in this lengthy trial to confirm that with counsel before exhibits are submitted to the jury in their deliberations. So if counsel will stick around, we'll go ahead and recess for the day. At this time on the record, we may come back on the record at such later point, subject to when we get to these issues that could be called back on the record. So we'll go ahead and have the public excused at this point, and I'll talk to counsel about timing going into the afternoon and tomorrow, please.
That is some horse shit. Yeah, see everyone tomorrow. I don't even know. Like I'm slow, obviously, because I process things way slower than everybody else. I don't know. I'm just like, now what? I know. I'm pissed too.
I'm talking and I don't have my thing on. What's going on? And are we coming back? Or, I mean, they got the little thingy up here. Are they coming back? Maybe. Or what are we doing?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. He was just kind of pulled the plug. And then I was like, okay, so do we just sit here and just hover over your YouTube channel for you to, pop on like a Wizard of Oz or something?
I don't know.
It's weird. So what the hell do we do?
I don't know, but we got 297 people that are here chatting about it.
What the hell y'all want to do? Damn it. Jason's calling me, so I'm going to mute for a second.
Okay, you mute for a second. I thought this was a regular day for everybody. I thought this was going to be a regular day. So when I have got kind of a routine down, certain days of the week. So on Tuesdays and, well, not always, but on this Tuesday, I was like, okay, now I'm going to call and order my mother a plate lunch from that little cafe down the street, and I'll go get it right after the morning break. And it's like, what, we're having another break? It's not ready yet. Anyways, they told me it would be 20 minutes, but for God's sakes, y'all, we all have a schedule here we're keeping. Judge. I don't know. I'm really disappointed because I thought we'd get those receipts, but we all know she has them. And I'm sure the jury does too at this point. It's just, we want to know what happened, and I'm not sure we ever will. They keep making more questions. Oh my gosh. We're all going to have to go to Idaho just to find out. And that's what it's like. Would you want Emma teaching your kid, but also would you like to have a parent conference teacher conference with her? I don't know. That would be kind of mean to your kid to just let him be in that with that witch just so you could go in there and talk to her and ask her what the hell. What the hell, lady? Oh no, I just don't know what to.
So what did we decide? Oh wait, I gotta turn it back up.
I don't even know what we decided.
Oh, okay. I had to turn the speaker down because Jason was calling me from the room. So you were talking, you know what I mean? It was doing the echo. And I was like, babe, I can't hear you. So anyways, so I don't know what to do. Let's do you have Nate open or I'll go look if you don't have him open.
I have him
See what
open.
he's
I'll
maybe
look.
doing?
Look, look. Janelle wants everybody to wear coonskin hats on the day they sentence him.
Can you imagine?
We have to
Can
get
you
some fake ones.
imagine?
I wouldn't want
I
that
don't even know
many
where to go
raccoons.
get 'em.
Well, no, we'd have to get some fake ones. I wouldn't want to kill that many little raccoons.
No. And I mean, if we need any more, you just go to Chad Damn Daybell's yard.
Because they're growing them over there.
God, right? I'm being
Nate's
very
not
sarcastic,
saying.
so.
Nate's not saying. Maybe I don't know. Let's see if Lauren has posted anything onto the Twitter. It doesn't look
On
like
the
she
Twitters.
has. Well, what about you ladies from Idaho? What are y'all saying?
Yeah, we like feedback. We're in the crowd sourcing big time. Thank you, Rabbit. It is switching gears. Oh my god, I'm a little scared.
Here's some of their comments. Their comments from True Crime Squad are: rebuttal has concluded. No jail calls. Damn it.
Right?
The jury has been released for the day. Closing arguments tomorrow. I think the state has given the jury everything they need to convict. I'm trying to see if there's any comment, but I'm guessing. Let's look. Here's what we can do. I'm going to go over to the YouTube and I'm just going to hit live. I'm just going to do and see who all. I bet you everybody's still. Are we all still going? What? Yes, everybody's still streaming. Everybody's still streaming. Left Undone still streaming. True Crimes there. It's a Crime. Law and Crime Network. Everybody's still streaming.
Oh yeah. I'm nervous though. I'm not I don't know what it is. I'm not nervous about him being convicted because I just know he is. But it's like the
process.
It's
unknown.
It's still a closure of sorts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a finality. How about that? It's a finality in Idaho, which had, and then it's weird because this is. I mean, it's just grieving, just doing all this. It's crazy. It's not just the process, I mean, it's not just the court process. That's just something that you get dragged along for when it's a murder, I think. So you kind of combine those. It's not just regular life cycle, life ending, and just natural causes. Their lives were cut short. So it's offensive in every way, every way possible. I don't know. I'm in my feels right now, y'all. I need to get out.
It looks like to me that maybe Lauren may have ended hers. But I bet she's
weather watchers.
Yeah.
Is that what we can call that whenever they go to deliberate? We can call it storm watch. Oh my God, I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I heard it here first. It's nasty. I know, right? My mind is horrible. All day, every day. Storm watch. Oh my gosh. Lauren didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. I just. Okay, at least I got Janelle to laugh. House for sale, live listing Friday? What? What are you talking about? Zero? Or whoever? Who? I know. That's kind of where I'm at too. I know. We've nestled in, and well, we're not going anywhere. So, I mean, unless you go, unless everybody goes somewhere, So,
well, Crasha, going someplace. I was telling them that I was not contacted about this wave that they ended today. And I ordered my mother some chicken livers from down the street. And so I was thinking the judge and I would still be having court right now, and I'd go get her chicken livers. And they double crossed me and have us waiting around again. So I'm going to let you talk to
Yeah.
them for a little while I go get mama's chicken livers.
Yeah, go feed her.
I feel like they will come back, but I'm not sure how long it'll be or how silly we'll be by then. I don't have any idea.
I mean, we were gonna go. I mean, I just don't want to have to. Neither one of us to have to sit here and just entertain.
No,
And
I mean,
so we can just leave it at just idle until
we hear something going
until
on.
something happens, and or we can always
We'll
go
have
trim
to-
it off afterwards.
I was going to say we'll have to cut that dead middle out.
Right.
But I don't know what's going on, but I would say let's chat among ourselves and do whatever and go, feed your mama, whatever. But I feel like they're going to come back. But then again, I did go live for 24 minutes the other day for no reason. So
who knows though? They kind of, march to their own drum there. So I don't know.
All right, I'll be back.
You go, girl. Go mow your lawn, right? You just made me sweat thinking about mowing lawns and shit, right? This is nuts, y'all. Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking your question, Denicia, was like, Crush, a personal question. Do you think your grieving is on hold because of all the trials? I'm dealing with a wrongful death case and feel we can process the loss 2 years later, no end in sight. I really don't think that it's nobody grieves the same, and it's okay to grieve. I mean, really, I've learned a lot about this over the last 5 years. There is no right or wrong way. Just try to keep yourself I'm like trying to give you advice that I don't even take myself. I've wrapped myself into literally researching every single day for the since my Uncle Charles was murdered July 11th, 2019, except I found out July 12th. We found out the day after because Lori, she, told my cousins that their dad died over text. So that's how we found out whenever my cousin called my mom. And I knew that I started researching into this, just into everything soon after that. But just recently, or, within the past 6 months, I'd say, I've been going back and just trying to kind of get a hold onto everything that I screenshotted and screen recorded because of all the 404s, like all the scrubbing that was done or privating that was done from preparing of people from like-minded individuals, let's just say. And so, I mean, we kind of had to hustle, and it's like I don't know, it was a quest. Okay. And so whenever I went back and looked, I ran across, it was in my Dropbox actually. I ran across where on July 13th, okay, so my uncle was murdered on July 11th in the morning. We found out on July 12th, July 13th. I did background searches on a lot of people in Lori's family. And I'm just like, oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't realize that I had done it so quick. I mean, I used to work for a finance company for, about 7-8 years, I guess. And we would do skip tracing and stuff like that. So, I mean, I guess I just did it naturally. I don't really even know. But I do think that my grief is tied into the trials. Yes. It's part of it. And I didn't realize that till today, really. I mean, I knew that there was like a uncertainty, uneasiness, but it's kind of like a nervous energy, I guess you could explain it that way or describe it that way. But I mean, I've had this before throughout things that have happened in the trial, like when the Lifetime movie came out, y'all, I couldn't watch it. I've, and it's not that I don't care. It's just like, what, I wasn't ready. It's weird seeing like your family members being portrayed and on, just screens everywhere. It becomes people's content, you know. I fight with Netflix already, just or Sins of Our Mother they tried to copyright me, and I was like, what? I'm like, you have my damn video of JJ on the bus with Pawpaw, that's my bonus son right there in the screen that you didn't, blur out. I don't have any of your crap in my stuff, my family. I'm just saying, I know that's not with your question, but it just is part of this. And it's like I want to share at the same time I want to protect, and it's there's some creators that are just really good at doing it classy, I guess you could say. But I don't know. Grief, I don't know. I really don't know. And I think that's okay. I really do. I think it's okay. Just focus on why you're doing what you're doing. Okay? That's what grounds me. And I mean, I really do try to check myself with this a lot because I don't want it to be about me. Okay. And I mean, I know it's me talking, it's me sharing my thoughts, the research I run across, ideas, as a community. But I think I really learn a lot this way and have learned so much that even I wasn't even expecting this. This is not like, okay, well, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel and I'm gonna put out episodes. And no, I mean, I didn't know how to edit a damn video. I didn't know what a link was. I really didn't know how to do the things. I didn't know that you could push a hashtag and it would actually bring you somewhere. Okay. I was just like, oh yeah, hashtag, just okay. I'm boomering myself out right now, but you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy because I've been learning. This has been nothing but a learning experience for me. And I mean, I know me and I know the vow that I made to Charles, Tylee, and Tammy, Charles, Tylee, and JJ, and then eventually Joe and Tammy, that I vowed to not stop until their blood, my family's blood, I'm saying that backwards, until everyone with my family's blood on their hands is held responsible. And I'm kind of equating that nowadays, it's kind of translating or whatever into exposure, sunlight. It's the best disinfectant. I really do think so. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. But I did learn from my friend Jen, and it was so empowering to me, big time. And I mean, I guess maybe it's just another one of those things that I never had to think about. And it was, nobody gets to tell you how to grieve. And I was just like, what? It's like somebody invented butter. Okay. I was like, yeah. But then that means I don't get to tell anybody else how to grieve, So, or, we don't get to judge people. We shouldn't, because we don't like it when it happens to us. So long answer there. Probably didn't even answer it, but hey, reach out to me anytime. It's, I just think I think it's something that you always will do. You'll always grieve those that you lost. I mean, I've grieved living things. I was estranged from my son for 6 years. 6 years. It's so hard grieving someone that's alive, but it just makes us human. Anyways, I know. Let me get out the feels. Thank you. Yeah, web sleuths. Yeah, I am a boomer. I'm 46. I'm the age Lori was whenever she started doing all this shit. Isn't that nuts? That's crazy to me. I mean, just to think about that. And yeah, me too. I think we're all, we have to kind of. That's how I felt. I'm like, okay, well, I don't really have a choice. you know? Yeah. Lots of power with no accountability. Yeah. I'm mumbling. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the comments, but I actually wonder if Garth came out and told his whole truth the last couple of days. Would that make a difference? I really don't. I'm seriously, legitimately asking because I have not a clue. So closing arguments start tomorrow. They're not returning back today. Correct. Let me see. Have they had the book signing? The Constitution doesn't protect religious institutions from taxation. Oh, the 501c3 does. Wait, right? Oh my God, I'm thinking out loud. I probably shouldn't. Not right now. It's like my brain is jello today. I know. Let Hermeso do the closing argument. And let him just drive around them just the whole time. Get him one of them little remote control cars and just let him zoom around Chad. Just saying. That's me and my little asshole. Okay, I'm just a butthole. Okay, sometimes I can be mean. It sucks, Lamisa. It really does. There's quite a few people in here who are estranged, from their loved ones, in some way, shape, or another, whether it's by choice or by consequence, And it's not easy, but there's a rhyme and a reason. I think. I don't know, but I think we should boycott. Oh my gosh. Let's all get our pot stirs and yeah. Oh my gosh. We need an old priest and a young priest. The power of Christ. No, okay. I'm going way off board. I didn't even get to go and play in the Canva app and make icons and emojis and channel art. Okay. Because they were just popping them out today. That's not cool. Jimmy Carter threatened the tax exemption, and it can be threatened again when they allow abuse or when we can approve. Is it when we can prove abuse or when they allow it? Because they allow it all the livelong day. So, Jason and I went just right around to the corner store last night. Okay. And we had just ended the live last night. And I was like, oh my gosh, it already had 1,200 views. And that's not normal for me. I've been doing this since the first live stream I did was October 5th, 2021. And I only remember that because it just so happened to be the day that Lori Daybell was in the spa in the mental, she was incompetent allegedly. And she watched, according to Mark Means filings and ripping a new a-hole with the Mormon church, right? With all those filings, which we will go over one day. Okay. I didn't know what the hell, I still don't even really know what I'm talking about or doing, but I know more than I did then. And it just really felt weird. I didn't like it. What was going on with all that. And kind of like this Keith Morrison / Melanie Gibbs / Protect the Church / Rob Wood thing. I don't like that. I don't like it. It's just like, oh, here you go. let me just throw this in your lap and then just leave it there unanswered. Mm-mm. Nope. And so there's quite a few other things too that kind of all go together. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I streamed that first live stream, and apparently, allegedly, a mental health practitioner, or the person working with Lori, had assigned her homework to, she was watching Chad's, hearing or whatever, and that was that hearing. And I was like, oh my God, October 5th, 2021. And then, I guess the other leg of her homework was to contact the LDS helpline and talk to Daniel McConkey himself. Interesting, huh? I mean, if not, he sure is all about protecting the church. And I mean, it is kind of, I've just noticed this from jump because I notice everything. I mean, it's my family. So I'm like, what? Especially when they're being treated like a product. Like it's called exploitation, right? And it bothers me bad. I mean, I've gotten over it a little bit, but I mean, just the whole Lifetime movie thing, that was disgusting. So I was like nervous cleaning while that was on. I could listen to it, but I couldn't like watch it. I still haven't watched it. But but yeah, I don't know. I don't get those kind of, he doesn't look like a Mormon, but hey. And I mean, again, I don't care, but when that enters the conversation, and I mean, not even just the conversation, when that also enters the judicial processes of Chad and Lori Daybell, I have a freaking problem with it. And I have a problem with it because they didn't interfere, they didn't intervene to help. And I'm saying this in anger towards the church. Okay. So again, and my whole thing is integrity. If you have nothing to do with it, with what Chad and Lori did. So, I mean, this is one of those things, y'all. Think about this. If it were your family, okay, and 2 children were buried like freaking and worse than animals, okay? Worse. And Chad Daybell's property, or whomever, but he was serving a calling in the church at the time of every single one of the murders. Every single one. He held a calling. That means he was working right there, hand in hand, side by side with the bishop in the same little, whatever, meeting house. I don't even know what to call it. But on top of that, so not only was he a faithful, devout Latter-day Saint, or people were wanting to spend it, even his own damn defense attorneys trying to call it fundamental. You know what? I don't think it should just be this sliding scale. This basically, I was kind of raised like this. If you make it, you're responsible for it. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to sit there and let a child be ugly to you. I mean, like my mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law. I'm kind of using this for example. And so whenever we'd go to my mother-in-law's house, she would just let my little boy like just kind of, I mean, he was rough, okay? But she would let him, and I'm like, So I would sit there and correct him, and she would let him. So it was, I finally told her one day, I was like, look, if you're going to sit there and let him like slap you in the damn face, then I'm not going to sit here and correct him if you're going to let him, you know what I'm saying? So either meet me halfway or we can't do this anymore, something. So it's kind of like that. So, I mean, if the church is going to allow this kind of stuff to fester, and I mean, I know they don't control people. I mean, well, people are still responsible for themselves. Okay. I mean, for real, we're all accountable. Okay. For everything that we do. So if they are okay with abusing like they abuse, exploiting like they exploit, I mean, spiritually, mentally, physically, financially, sexually, all the ways, then you can't just take advantage of people like that and toss them out in the trash like that. You know, if they're tithing to your church and they belong in your membership and you think so highly of them, and or people you put in that authoritative position think so highly of you as a member, and they promote you to hold a calling and, you know, be an authoritative figure to those looking up to those people, you know. So people were looking up to Chad, is what I'm saying. Chad was working right allegedly by the bishop. And I mean, would it surprise you if you knew that Rob Wood was a bishop? I mean, I've been saying that for years. And I'm just like, now, I don't know if he was in the same ward. I really would be pissed off if I found that out. I'd be like, what the hell? You know, really? Even still, it's too close to home for me. The reason, and this is how I look at it, and I mean, again, this is just me, my personal feelings about Tylee, Charles, and JJ. Okay. Just like, okay, I can equate it to this. When we went and had the celebration of life for the children uh, earlier this month, or late last month, I mean, the first thing, well, there's two things I asked immediately of my mom. First thing was like, can we just make sure it's not Mormon themed or whatever? Okay. I was like, if priesthood blessings come out, I'm gone. Okay. Not only that, it really, I don't know. It bothers me. It bothers me because the way that Chad and Lori, used it to justify and abuse and exploit and control power, all that stuff. I feel like if they would have had any kind of that stuff in the funeral, in, you know, in the celebration of lives or whatever, to me, I wouldn't have even gone at all, because it pisses me off. And I mean, I already feel like I deal with it. I mean, and maybe I'm the only one that's like this. I don't really hear any other family members talking like this. So I don't know. It just must be a me problem. But like, what do you call it? With the judicial system, I mean, usually we're staring at a state seal that has a man with a pickaxe and a shovel straight up. You know, it's interesting. But just all that to say that the same people, and this is just me, I know this is not true, but it's just the way I feel. I feel like over in Idaho, okay, I've met some beautiful people, wonderful people. I'm not trying to blanket statement. I'm just, you know, sharing how I feel. And I've said it before. I feel like the same people that are responsible for Tylee and Charles and JJ's deaths are the same people carrying out the so-called justice. And I don't mean that disrespectful. And I really hope nobody takes it that way. I don't know how else to be honest with you or be open with you, be vulnerable with you without being vulnerable with you, you know? And I think it's important that we do state how we feel. A lot of people like to chalk that off, or, you know, people are like, oh no, you just can't trust your gut. You can't just trust your intuition. Oh my God, you're not smart enough for that, you know? And I've learned along the way that, yes, you are. You're very smart. You're very smart. And they would like us to not trust in ourselves. They would like us to think that, you know, we're easily persuaded, or, you know what I mean, controlled. That's not me. But I just think it's important for us to be honest and open and vulnerable with one another, and also compassionate, empathetic, all the things, truthful, and not, I know I can be passive aggressive. Good God, I feel like I had to be a lot with, and I mean, I feel that way. That doesn't mean I had to be, but that's just kind of the way I handled all this. And that's why I joke so much about what Chad and Lori do, what they say, the parody song, Chad Daybell, the prophet. To me, I don't know. It makes me feel better. For whatever, it's like I'm making fun of them and dehumanizing them. And I know it's like two wrongs don't make a right, but you got to have some kind of constructive way to do this. It is not. I'm not perfect, so Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. And so this is interesting, right? And I'm so glad to see where'd it go? Where you go? Here. Mormon True Crime. I noticed you have a premiere I want to say at 5, I think. I don't know. I just glanced at it and clicked the notification on. Well, oh my God. Okay. I'm just trying to think. I had to go back and what was I talking about? Fuels and stuff, right? But I guess because it's such a high concentration of Mormons, like-minded people, I know what it was. It was the whole, I really think that one of the main things that is contributing to this culture, I don't really know what else to call it, so I'm not very good with the words. But let's see. Let me light my damn cigarette. I'm gonna play something for y'all real quick. I know we're gonna do a live later too, but
I don't know, but we got two.
Whoa. Okay, had to close that out. All right, I'm just gonna play it over my phone speaker right here with the microphone. Oh, okay. Get out of here. All right. All right. So I just want y'all to listen to this is Julie Rowe. Oh yeah. Yeah. I come here for all the nasty, cringe stuff. Yeah, that's how I am right there. I have to. I've always been like that anyway. So, I mean, this is just kind of how I deal with things. And I mean, there's a time I cry, there's time I feel sad, and I think that's important to just be easy on yourself, like, and so I try to be lenient on myself, but I am a slave driver as far as myself and as far as my mind, I'm always thinking of other, different things. I'm tying things together. I'm like, oh my God, what if this is this? Or, I'm always seeking, I'm always looking, but that's just kind of my personality anyways. But thank you. It is dark. It is very dark. And it's very, very huge and monstrous and powerful. And I mean, and I'm saying that because it's the system behind it that's also offensive to me. You know what I'm saying? It's offensive to humanity, in my opinion. So I don't know. Um. Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is Julie Rowe. She was on Mills Crenshaw, and so Heidi's mind had sent this to me, and I mean, this is just one of the parts I was like, oh my God, I haven't listened to these things in a while. I used to listen to nothing but Julie Rowe and nothing but Mike Stroud. Okay, just trying to figure out the influences. Okay, and so this is one of those things, and I was asking Mormon True Crime and any other Mormons or ex-Mormons, just what you think, and even everybody tell me what you think, because I really let me play it first. It's about a almost 2-minute clip. Oh, let me turn the volume up.
And his minions with the cold, and that led to Cain and Abel and the story there, as well as other dissensions in the family. And
now that story actually happened. Is that correct? It's not an allegory, but it really happened.
yes, it's absolutely literal.
Cain and Abel, or Cain, I'm sorry.
And tell us what happened to Cain.
So I think a misunderstanding that some people have is that he was given, the Lord did curse him, but it was for his wickedness in murdering his brother. It was, and so where I think a misunderstanding is he was not cursed in the sense that he was made darkened. His skin was made darkened, and so that was the mark upon him. But actually what the curse was that he lost his membership with the fold. He lost his priesthood power and essentially excommunication from the church, or excommunication and no longer being able to have the Holy Ghost with him. That was his curse. That was his punishment, was that he was no longer able to have that priesthood power. The mark simply set him aside and helped those in the family and in the community identify him for what he was, so that he, in an attempt to basically help those who were true followers of God be able to identify and discern clearly, not to mix with those who had dissented. Because then what happened after the murder was, as we see happening here on earth today, he didn't just do that and repent and then make it right. He continued to go down a dark path. And with him, he took any and all that would go with him and follow him, similar to Satan in a pre-existence. And so I think it would have been a different story if, in fact, I know it would have been if Cain had repented of his wicked ways and come back to the Lord. But instead, what he did was he just grew darker and darker in his actions. And he took with him many of Adam's, children and grandchildren and other loved ones, those that chose to follow after the false teachings of Cain instead of after the true order of God.
The panorama of history is fascinating.
Okay, now take this.
Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened.
So this is a mind-blowing development in the Chad and Lori Daybell case. So this is them sunbathing the day of their arrest. And this book right here, I'm going to tell you what's inside of that book and how it basically explains everything about this case. So Visions of Glory is a book that has been sold in LDS bookstores. It claims to have a stamp of approval by an apostle. It also claims to be a prophetic book about the last days leading to the second coming of Christ, which is what Lori and Chad believed was happening right now. At one point, the book explains that people will be so ripe with iniquity because they've been overcome by evil spirits, and that the most righteous thing that you can do for them in that state is to, quote, deliver them from mortality. I will play a clip for you now.
There was a law we followed. It was not a rule, but a law. When an individual or group threatened us, we knew their hearts. If there was any hope, even the slightest hope that they could be saved, even in the most celestial sense, we did not harm them. When we were confronted by people who were fully ripe in iniquity, and who would never repent, then we were free to deliver them from mortality. Their death would then be a blessing to them. Their death would be a blessing to them, because they could no longer add additional iniquity to their divine ledger.
It just, to me, it goes hand in hand. The theme of it, and I guess what I'm getting to is, in the church, it seems that if Satan is Jesus's brother, okay, there's this whole idea in Mormonism that Jesus is brothers with Satan. Now, that's not how I was raised, but that to me is just like, what? That is way far off. I was raised Catholic, kind of, but I didn't adhere to it, I guess you could say. So to me, that was just a foreign concept. But then if you really think about it, it seems as though forgive the offender is what I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting, is if Jesus and Satan are brothers, then that creates this whole, I don't know, this thing that we see. I see it. Like most Catholics, yeah, where it's like, okay, Satan does Satan comes into your life, whatever, the darkness, blah, 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 zombies. Okay. But okay. So I look at it like, all the abuse that goes on in the church, all the, you know what I'm talking about. But it, to me, it seems like, and this is exactly how the church operates. It seems where they protect the offender. Okay. And they just say, I mean, there's apostles, Neil Maxwell, forgive and forget. I mean, I'm just like, what? These are children, mostly. I'm talking about Boy Scouts of America, just the whole gig is disgusting. And the Catholic Church too. I just haven't had to poke my nose around over there. Thank God, one religion at a damn time. But it just seems to me like, okay, well, if Jesus and if they're teaching that Jesus and Satan are brothers, and it's like love thy brother, right? Uh to me, it's just a mixed double speak message where forgive the offender kind of comes into play. But that's just me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's blasphemous in every way. Every way. You know? Yeah. And I mean, again, I've had to like do my own soul searching in this process of researching Mormonism. And although I don't, I don't believe in the theology of Mormonism, I I still can equate it to, like what I just did. Just different themes, I guess you could say. I don't really know how to break that down, but Zero says Satan is a fallen angel. Jesus is a manifestation of God who cannot otherwise be seen in this physical world. Right, right. They have also told victims to figure out what they did to create. Yeah, victim blaming. Yeah, yeah. And to me, it's creating this whole another toxic layer of just you can't really just undo that, like when you're, I guess, when you're raised in this system, and again, it's a strong echo chamber, and I mean, Mormons are really, I mean, and I admire this about them, but then I'm like, I see why I like diversity, and I do. Just having a mixture of people who don't believe in the same thing that you believe in, that think differently than you think. And I mean, to me, that's important, because if not, if somebody's always telling you you're right, and that, um, I don't know, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, it seems like with Ruby Frankie, with Lori, even, Mel, you can tell these women, these ladies, these casters, these witches, I don't know what to call them. I mean, um, I can see also where it's a very slippery slope, and it just is a little subtle thing like Jesus and Satan are brothers. Okay. It's subtlety like that. And then just kind of intertwining within truth. Okay. And then they intertwine and they skew it just a little at a time, and it just and then here we are, and it's like, oh, well, then it's like, well, you allowed the child to do this and act this way, so you can't be mad at the child when the child acts this way. I don't know how to really put that. My mom used to say, and she was a really smart woman, in my opinion. And my mama Trahan would always say, "You gotta bend that branch while it's still young." And, what she meant by that was, teach the child, teach your children, because if you let them go and go and go, just like a tree, it becomes too strong. You can't bend it anymore. It's pretty much staying that way. So, um, it's okay to say no to your kids. It's okay to, give them, um structure and chores. It's okay. It's not like being mean or whatever. But anyways, I don't know, something like that. I don't know how else to explain it. This is like philosophical stuff, which I love talking about, but it is difficult to talk about. Mm. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes. And I found this in the David Hamblin case, which I mean, they refer to themselves as quote the group. Okay, so put a pin in that one because the seven gatherers in the FOIA docs, it was the group. Okay. I'm just saying. I don't know if they're, I don't ever try to force anything because that doesn't do justice to the victims either, But it sure is it sure is eye-opening for me to sit there and to read it, and I'm just like, "This is them. That is what they're doing. They're doing this priesthood blessings there, and they're not right. If they make me cringe, that means they're not right, And I'm not the only one who, whenever we hear like Chad doing his Zoom, his damn Zoom dual freaking priesthood blessings, and I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? They've 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 distorted it. I just said distortion, right? So to me, it's super gross what they bastardized it. So I'll never be able to look at Mormonism with a clean slate like I did coming into this. I didn't feel either way. I didn't. I really set out to find out where Chad and Lori's beliefs differed from the church. I wanted to know for myself. And here I am. 5 years later, I'm just like, wow. And also, I love humanity. It turns out, I didn't really know all this until going through all this process. I've never had to think about these things, you know? So, I mean, that's just kind of how my mind works. If I'm not ever thinking about it, then it's never an issue because I don't know it exists. Kind of like when things fly up in court and I'm like, what? And then I have to go learn about that thing, this, whatever they're calling it. And then once I learn about it, kind of like what they did with JJ, with the technicality, I was like, what? And then we kind of, there's people in the chat, okay, whom I love and adore and appreciate so much because this is difficult research, okay? And it's all about community. It is, and it's about getting justice through understanding. It's important to the victims, in my opinion, because if their story gets told, that's great. That is it's justice, okay? And a lot of people are like, well, they can, it's their stories are being told. People can maybe identify or relate to the story, and maybe it'll open their eyes, or so on and so forth. I mean, the story is international. And that is so heartwarming to me because it's like, because I cannot breathe life back into them. I can't go back and right the wrongs. I can't change anything. None of us can in our own lives, so instead of, harping over that, something which I cannot control or turn into a more positive type experience, I guess, or to make their lives not in vain, to share, just my stories of them, humanize them and share them with you. To me, that's, I don't know. I just want to do right by them. That's all. But, a lot of people have the wrong concept of it until they actually have to go through it. Then they really will never quite get it, So it's not about just telling their stories. It's about telling their stories effectively and accurately, And so again, I feel like with so much of the secrecy, with the protect the church messages, totally the church interjecting itself and filing papers in the trial, in the court hearings, and sending out letters even to I don't know what to call it, stake, people with higher callings. That's what they said. I mean, I just have to trust that that's what the church is actually doing what it said, because as time has gone on, I've learned that that's not at all what the church has shown me through its actions. And so that's where I look through people's actions. These ladies, these people in this quote unquote cult, it's really, in my opinion, it's not a damn cult. It's there's more to that. But but then there's people who that are in this, and they become, it would be like, can you imagine Melanie Gibb becoming a cult expert? I just really want you to think about that. Seriously. Or just, I mean, something like that. Can you imagine? I don't know. But because there's some people who are apologists who go on, big, like Court TV, Dateline, all these documentaries. Okay. There's people like Chris, oh my gosh, what's his name? Christopher Blythe, Patrick Mason. Okay. And I mean, I'm as a family member, I've also read the stuff that they have put out. I have listened to the things that they put out. Christopher Blythe, I mean, he's right now, he had put out, he's working on a series of the Daybells and Pendulums, and anyways, and I mean, he is like, who am I to sit here and tell him, that he don't know what the hell he's talking about? And it's not about the accuracy of Mormon history and things like that. To me, he is on the church payroll. He attended the same Firm Foundation Firm expos that Chad and Lori and friends did, Jason Mao. And so whenever you have this whole society, because the church never comes out and says either way, okay? They just leave it out there for debate, okay? And they only flex when they need to, like when they need to sever ties with like Tim Ballard or Chad Daybell, okay? Who on his second day, Chad's second day of his preliminary hearing, August 2020, the church, or it was alleged, it was said, it was shared that, and it was shared by Court TV, that someone had leaked that Chad had been excommunicated or disfellowshipped, my bad. Disfellowshipped. They changed their definitions all the damn time, okay? So and I've been I always kind of, when something else catches my attention, like the other day, I was watching Nate Eaton Courtroom Insider, right? Because no matter what, I still feel obligated or a need to still watch things that I may not agree with the people, right? But if they're the authoritative voice, if they're the authoritative storyteller, people look to people like Nate Eaton, Justin Lum, Dateline, Court TV, people with these kind of backgrounds to give accurate information. But it becomes a conflict, in my opinion, because Nate Eaton is of the same religion. He lives in the same town. I appreciate the guy. I do. However, I think it's impossible for him to see the outside, see it from a never Mormon perspective. He kind of lives in the echo chamber, in my opinion. Okay. And not only that, you got to think about who backs Nate Eaton. East Idaho News is backed by Frank Vandersloot. He's he's the only billionaire in Idaho, or let me just say this. He's the richest billionaire in Idaho and lives in Southeast Idaho. And, one who controls the media controls the narrative, in my opinion. So there's a lot of things that I have seen for myself be whitewashed by East Idaho News. Okay. And again, it's nothing against the people. It's their beliefs that I'm just like, oh my God. I remember hugging Rob Wood, after Lori was convicted last year when they were like, you're guilty, you're guilty, you're guilty. I still love those people. I just have to separate their devotion, their loyalty to that system. That system, to me, that is responsible for murdering my family. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's like it is so it's hard to it's really it's difficult, and there's not a more appropriate word, because every step of this is difficult. And a lot of people are like, well, you just want to take the church down. You know how many times I've been accused of trying to take the church down? And I'm like, first off, wow, to think that I have that much like power. And I wouldn't want that. Oh my God, oh yeah, I just want to take down the church. What the hell do I get out of that? What does one gain from taking down a damn church? Nothing. However, it would be nice, if people would just, I guess, get out of, or maybe see where they're, I don't know. I'm really treading into thick territory. But I mean, again, I love the people, but I hate seeing them get used. That bothers me. I don't like seeing people get exploited. Even Nate, even Rob, even people that I may not that I may not agree with a lot of the time. That I think that may be protecting the church, because I mean, it's kind of made itself known anyways. Just give it a little time, and through people's actions, you will see. By ye fruits ye shall know, right? So I just it's super egregious to me. It's like a double-edged sword. But anyways, enough about that. Yes, I do too. I do too. I want them to actually, I'm at the point, I'm like, I really, and I tried not to be. I used to be, just as my Uncle Charles was trying to get help and go through the appropriate channels to get help, seek help for his wife, for his family, for everything that was happening. And he was trying to go through the proper channels, but again, corruption, in my opinion, some corrupted maybe bishops and Jason Miles, and I don't know. There's something bigger going on there, and I mean that's made itself way more apparent as this has progressed, and I'm glad, because I don't really tend to blame the church all the way. And I mean, I know, again, a lot of it, I blame everything on Chad and Lori. They are solely responsible for their actions. However, when you have a big enabler like a church, and or it's the only thing and then when you get into trouble for practicing the very thing that they teach and or might participate in, then I think that becomes problematic. And it's like I don't think Chad and Lori or the church. I think Chad, Lori, and the church, and Melanie Gibb, and Melanie Pulaski, and it's like an and thing, it's like this person is accountable, and, for whatever they dished out. Garth, Emma, myself, to whatever degree that is, So, anyways, I'm probably really confusing. Yes, 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 yes. Like, hey, I'm just pretending to be your middleman, and I'm using religion to spiritually, basically Chad and Lori, but on a massive scale. Okay. And so to me, like what Chad and Lori have done is not a monkey see, monkey do is how I see it. So they learn it from right there. Okay. It's so crazy. um, I think they're excellent. I think they are too. I think they're excellent reporters too. But like again, it's so difficult to I don't know. I have to put my feelings to the side a lot. I do. Um, because they're reporters and that's great. They're needed, appreciated, and they're resourceful, helpful, and they help put this together. As do every as do you all, you know. Um, and it's not black and white, you know. It's not like you're dark, you're a zombie, you know. I curse you. It's just like I don't agree with Summer Shiflett being invited. I don't agree with her even thinking again, it goes into that whole, you know, we have this whole trial going coming up in Arizona, okay? And there's some pretty damning things that we've seen just in the FOIA docs. Now, I know that's not the entire investigation. I'm not that short-sighted. And I'm just not that short-sighted. I don't know. I forgot. Yeah.
Crasher,
I don't believe in like bowing down to anybody. That's just my thing. I appreciate what they put in, but it's like people feel like they have to be devoted or, they're like, oh my God. I don't know. It's weird. Weird. Go back. Yeah, I need to end because I'm just like, not feeling too great.
Do you need me?
Chad didn't do anything fundamentalist Mormonism doesn't teach, and that is terrifying. Yeah. I know. I would really love to have you on just to pick your brain. You know? I always need you, Donna.
Okay. Can you? I don't know what's going on. Where am I at?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just have to find the thing.
Oh, there we are.
Can we get rid of that right now? I'm just gonna remove it.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, because I don't know what's going on. I noticed that some of the others have ended their thing. It looks like Lauren had a lunch live. I don't know what she said because I didn't watch it. I just saw she did that. And but Nate says that the reason they're leaving it open is because they might come on the public, but they might not. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know either.
I don't know. Interviewing people and being biased and stuff. Sometimes, of course, people do have like certain views of their own, people who work there and all that. But what I found working for a publication that makes its money off of advertising is that my boss tried really hard to walk a line of not insulting anybody, most especially our advertisers,
Yeah.
So it was very important when our editor and writers and people wrote a story that they try to
remove themselves.
remove themselves. And two, especially because it was there was a lot of immigration news in there. Let me just say that. And if you're not careful, immigration news can be slated real one way or real the other way.
Oh yeah.
And so to just like report the news and not put your personal bias on it or something is big, let alone when that much money, power, religion, and all that are working on you.
I know that. And I mean, that's their career too. So, I mean, it's a personality, it's a certain personality that's really good at doing that kind of stuff. And again, it takes every single one of us to make the world go round. So, I mean, introverts are just as important as extroverts, and you know what I mean.
Also,
into this.
being in a high control religion or a religion that's has undue influence or something, you learn to be a chameleon. You learn what you can say out in public and what
Yes.
you can say amongst your friends and not get frowned upon, like the white tents or whatever that was. And nobody's going to think you're crazy talking your crazy stuff. But that's why, it's just they have their own little, and that's why they'll say, well, I can be out in public and I can just sit down and I will know, I can pick out other Mormons. Well, the reason why is because they're using your same, language, some of your same own code words. I could do it still. I mean, being like 10 years out and I was an Uber driver. If one of those people got in my back seat and they were in their back seat for more than 5 minutes, I would know it because they would drop some of that language.
Yeah. Right. Right. Oh my gosh. I guess it's thundering. I don't know what it's doing outside. Chad? No, I'm kidding. Just kidding. I guess, and so I'm reading some of the comments too. And yeah, drainage ditch says, I'm sorry, drainage ditch. I said ditch. District. Donald is right about that. Writers, editors didn't like it when I would remind them that the advertising dollar was the lifeblood of the newspaper, right? That's you don't
Right.
bite the hand that feeds you.
No.
So you got to find a good way to balance that out. And I mean, it's doable. You can do it. I worked in newspapers for over 20 years.
And
Oh my
two, because my boss was a very, very old man, and I'm not going to say anything about his nationality, anything about him, but
He's just wiser.
He would accidentally sometimes say things that he
Oh, good.
shouldn't say that were like borderline racist, even though I don't think he even realized he was doing it, because it was just some, like, I don't even know, calling, like, and you may think, well, that's nothing anyway. But if you're talking out in public to a group of diverse people, you do not want to call some of them illegal aliens.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of things that I mean, again, this is just from learning, just from putting myself out there. And, so I never want to offend anybody. I know I do. I mean, I don't know how else to do it without offending people, because I'm like, okay, well, anybody can be Mormon in here. You know what I mean? So it's just like, oh my God, it's a tug of war for me. And it just got to a point where I was like, okay, Krisha, you're going to have to make a decision to be a little more open, with what you're learning. And, I just want to be able to talk about it. I want to be able to at least talk about it. Okay. We should be able to talk about things. It
Right.
shouldn't be divisive. It shouldn't, I straight up, when Lori's allocution happened, right? And then, we were live and I played, somebody had said that Summer did an interview with Nate Eaton. And I mean, she didn't show up for Tylee's. She didn't show up. Okay. And so I was like, what? So we went and played it live. We went and played the interview of Nate Eaton and Summer live. And I'm like, okay, so I'm reacting to it live. And I mean, she is a family member from the other side who says shit about my uncle. Like, you want me to kill him myself? Okay. That to me is threatening and played into the mob mentality that went by, that's behind why him and Tylee and JJ and Tammy are dead. So that hasn't played out. And because they're not very forthcoming, okay, they can
Okay,
have
I'm just
podcasts
gonna.
and
This
they,
is they're flying monkeys, and they need
yeah,
to damn own up to their flying monkeyness. You don't just like be a flying monkey causing all kind of shit, trying to kill people with other people, and stalking people and reporting back and
and
shit,
then playing victim.
and they go, oh no, if you're a flying monkey, go on and own up to it, and
Yeah.
and put a little light on this crap. Sorry, I didn't mean to
But
interrupt.
instead, it's like it's being fed by more narcissism, by the I'm the victim. Okay, that's how I I'm perceiving what I'm seeing. Okay. And I mean, again, I don't have this feeling towards Megan. Okay. I don't. Again,
I
and I
don't
don't get to tell
understand.
anybody how to grieve. That's one thing. I don't get to tell anybody how to grieve. That's their, other family members are in this and they have their own, they have just as much right, to do it however they need to do it,
I'm
It
just
just
refreshing this thing too.
I'm like, oh,
No,
it's moving right there.
no, I'm just refreshing it to make sure I hadn't broke it or something. And I had broke that part.
Oh, right. Amy Crew. Yeah. And so again, my thing is the whole apologist type thing where it has nothing to do with the church. And I'm like, you haven't researched what I've researched. But then, and I mean, again, it's nothing against them. It's just like, oh my God, you can't play both sides is what I'm saying. I don't, I'm like, I'm not saying be black or white here or there or my way or your way. It's not that. It's just, it's
I'm
about
not
the victims.
saying
It's like,
nothing. But Summer needs to get herself. I'm sorry what I said when I was in Lori's cult t-shirt, because she's probably got way more people that she needs to freaking say she's sorry to for that kind of activities. And you know what? I don't know. I just want to beat myself up for how I feel about Uncle Rex and
yeah,
and
yeah.
because but all the time they're talking, and I'm gonna ask something. They're like, I heard them like we're gonna get psychologists and people in our group and hook them up. Isn't that like against the law to do it like that? I think that's like having dual what do you call it, dual, that's what
Relationship.
yeah, that's what got Jody in trouble,
Jody.
having, you can't do
Well,
that. I don't
yeah.
know what they're talking about doing, but it sounds shady to me. No, I do not want anybody that's a Mormon helping me get a psychologist. Thank you, but no thank you.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I feel kind of weird about saying that out loud, but we've seen what that has gotten some people using
Yeah.
duct tape for discipline. Sorry.
No, I get it. Right. And so it's like, hey, and I mean, Summer, okay, at least I can say this about Summer is she acknowledged me. Okay. That's one thing I don't get is, and again, I don't think that I'm not special or anything is what I'm saying. But it's like they just all come waltzing in, and I'm just like, hey, where you been? Hey, okay, it's nice to meet y'all, and all that stuff. But it's like they don't acknowledge me. And I mean, that's freaking hurtful. I mean, that it just really is. It just is like, it's so rude and gross. Anyways, but Summer did, she, and I mean, I tried not to make eye contact because we were in the courtroom and I was like, oh my God, no, because I knew what she said about my uncle. And again, there's a time and a place. I can act civil. Okay. And so she turned around and she was like, are you crushing? I was like, yes. And she was like, she said, I'm sorry for your losses. And I was like, and I'm sorry for yours too. And I mean, okay. And then, I mean, I couldn't, maybe I'm in the wrong here because I was like, I really think that maybe they went through the second anointing, and she was like, and I can see how you get there. It's like the apologist came out. She didn't even think about it. It was like an instant canned reaction. And I was just like, oh, no. It's like, again, it's that whole family system, that's pretty, it feeds into what made Lori, okay, and what made Summer and what made Stacy. You get what I'm saying? So, and they all turned their backs on my uncle.
you know, they were bound to have been sitting around at some point, just like everybody else, going, how the hell did Lori get to this point and go and through all
And to
these
just be
like
real,
second and
you know?
let's go sail down at the, yeah, she was sneaking around down at the temple. They know all this stuff.
Right. But they will not say anything negative about
And
it because
why
they
don't
owe
they
their
ask her?
loyalty. Okay.
Why don't they
Huh?
ask her? Like, they go like, well, we can't ask her because she's been recorded. Well, yeah, go
You're
on and
saying that,
ask her.
yeah.
Go
It's
on and
that
ask her.
that was gross. Like I'm like, do you hear yourself? You know, okay, so what she's talking about is whenever Lori was in jail, and I forget who, maybe it was Morgan Lowe, I think, maybe was interviewing Summer and Janice, okay? And he asked if I guess he was like, have you talked to her? And she said, well, we can't because, or how did she say that? You know, we can't ask her because she's in jail. And I'm like, what? That logic. I'm like, that doesn't even, yeah, you ask her. You can ask her. You're not in jail. Okay. Whether or not she tells you or not, that's on her. You know, you can ask her. So it's that whole dynamic of weirdness. I don't know how to explain that. It's
They were
weird.
protecting her.
Yes. So it's like, yeah, you can ask. So I don't know what the hell what that's all about.
Because you
That's
saw
weird.
like
Mhm.
Samantha's husband.
Mhm.
I'm trying
Oh,
to
he
get
was
my players.
so nice to listen to.
He's like, I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna call him up. Y'all record
Yeah.
it right now.
Yeah, I'm a damn do it. Here, y'all. Yeah, better get the recorders out. Yeah. You know, I mean, he just, I don't know. It's like he was open with even how he practices, or you know what I mean, as a Latter-day Saint, as someone in this weird position, you know, that Chad and Lori put us in anyway. So it's like,
Well, first of all,
oh my
he
God.
had the knowledge beforehand that one of Chad's his prophecies was that he was going to come down there without Samantha, that he was going to something was going to happen to Samantha and he was coming to Idaho. And so Jason already knew that. He had that in his brain ahead of time. Hey, he's going to kill my wife too. Yeah,
Mhm.
he's like, where are these kids?
Mhm.
Oh my God. You think that if somebody's kids were missing and you ask your friend, your sister, your brother, some relative, and they said they're safe, you would want to know more. Well,
Yeah.
can we
I mean,
take some
yeah,
food
why
over
is
there
there
to help out? You know, if somebody's keeping them, can we take some food and clothes? What can we do to help somebody? You know, I have been I hate to say this. My brother and
for real?
sister-in-law got divorced years and years ago. And I'm not proud of this. Let me just go on and say this too. But my brother-in-law's lawyer told him, this was a 2-year-old involved, that when they went and changed custody, you're going to be familiar with this, Miss Crescia. When y'all change custody and you're supposed to take the child back on Sunday, don't take the child back.
Right.
And
Right.
then you serve papers and you have custody because
Mhm.
you are the person who had
As the
hands-on.
physical.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And so my sister-in-law didn't get to see this poor baby for a
Oh, that's
while.
terrible.
And well, you know, she's a cheater. I'm sure they was both cheating and drinking and doing whatever they were both big enough to do.
Mhm.
But at any rate, by the time they got through with custody, they had split custody for that child's entire life, where you would change. It was when they lived close enough, it was every other week. But then at some point, he had the child most of the time, and the mother only got to see her like at summers and holidays. It was really, and anyways,
Wow.
now and then
Yeah,
later
wow.
on, later on, the girl, my niece, got leukemia, and she would not take a blood transfusion, so she died. And she was married at that time, and her daddy Her daddy has nothing to do with his grandkids because the grandkids don't go to church there no more. After fighting and beating the hell and fighting with his wife to keep his own daughter, when it got time for him to, like, you know, just like go see him once in a while.
Yeah.
If
Right.
you're not, if you're not in, you're dead.
Yeah, if you're not for us, you're against us, the mob mentality. And again, I think that's also learned in within the church. Okay. Because if you're not tithing and you're, let's say you are having a faith crisis, or and then let's say you leave the church, okay, more than likely in a lot of unhealthy structures, families, systems or whatever. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. Then and I don't know, that just threw me off. That, kind of see comments, but if you're not for us, you're against us. Then if not, you're ostracized. And then people on the inside, of the church who are still active Mormons, then they are like, oh my God, what you got against the church? They're telling that to the ones that are on the outside. And then, I mean, really from where I'm at, I'm a Nevermo. So, but just from watching and learning so much about this culture, it's like, oh my God, I want to tell the active member, just like, oh my God, they're just trying to save you. They're throwing you a damn life vest. And because it seems to tear families apart. It goes back to like Joe. Joe converted to Mormonism as well. So did Charles. And, if those husbands for Lori were never going to be her spiritual equal, then what are we doing? What's the point? Why the facade? Why the fakeness? Why the fake shit? That's where I'm at. And then they call us anti-Mormon liars, right? You go into outer darkness, girl. It'll be nice and quiet and peaceful. Just kidding. And so that is another fascinating thing to me, was to realize that Mormon, for apostates, you go to outer darkness, which is basically the ultimate shun. So to shun you, they're going to put you, Mormon Hill equivalent is you in outer space somewhere for eternity, by yourself, away from us. You're not going to be in the celestial kingdom. So to me, it's just like, what? It's crazy. It's crazy. You're looking forward to it. Yeah. It's like being outside. Oh God, that's good. I haven't even read it all, but it's like being outside a building burning from one side and trying to convince the residents on the inside that it's dangerous to stay. Yes, I can relate with that just from being, through this experience. I'm just like, oh my God, I didn't expect to kind of, I guess, see or learn, kind of in my peripheral. I wasn't like, I was just trying to see where Chad damn Daybell and Lori damn Daybell's beliefs differed from the church. Okay, that was my whole goal. It was just like, okay, I just want to learn. I don't want people to just tell me. I don't like when people talk at me, so I'm kind of hands-on. And I mean, because that's kind of the problem here too, with the accuracy of the stories. It's like, oh, okay, well, they're Mormon and they believe that. But I mean, you can ask any handful of Jack Mormon, you know what I mean? All the different sliding scale or spectrum of belief, fundamentalist, radical, extreme. And we've heard it all, We've heard that religiosity. We've heard, and only for Lori, not so much for Chad. And I'm just like, okie doke. Is it because he's the patriarch? That's so gross to even say. Oh, let me put that on there. By the way, I left the church a decade before little JJ was first declared missing. I knew after hearing your mom's plea something was really wrong. We all did. That means a lot. Just that statement right there means a lot to me because I'm not the only one. I'm not a Mormon. I'm not from that culture. But as humans, as humanity, no labels, just we're humans. And you see something and you're just like, oh yeah, that's not good. That's not right. Yeah. And I'm right there, and I guess by another, I guess, thought for me was, I can start my YouTube channel. I can share with people how Tylee, Charles, and JJ really were. I can humanize them because they've been so dehumanized. Okay. And, and I'd never expected in return to, heal from it. It's very healing. It makes me feel closer to them. It makes me feel like I'm bringing meaning to their life, that like their deaths were not in vain. Okay. And so that to me it goes hand in hand with the whole vow I made to my uncle and JJ entirely that I would never stop until everyone that had blood on my family's blood on their hand, was held accountable. And I just because it's personal. It's so deep. I mean, it's not just affected Tylee and Charles and JJ and Tammy and Joe. It's also, I mean, it's changed my mom. It's changed my dad. It's changed Jason and myself, my kids, our kids, all of us, everybody who knew them and loved them, from teachers to, didn't they even say that the person who married Chad and Lori on the beach needed counseling? I've not been to one counseling session. I mean, this is my counseling. And, it's affected a lot of people. I mean, hell, the jurors they deserve it. The judge, everybody is horrified from this shit. It is dark and it is gross. And I guess I just never really expected, of course, to kind of uncover what I did or see what I saw. You peel that first layer, that image layer, right? Because it's all about the image. Okay. I mean, looks great. Oh yeah, they have a 1-800 LDS abuse line. What? That is, get out of here. That is so proactive. And I mean, how awesome is that? But then you peel back that layer and you're like, oh my God, okay, never mind. It's not for the victim. Oh my God, oh shit. And then you're like, oh, Lori called it. Oh wow. Oh, so the mental health technician assigned her that homework, assigned her the homework to call the 800 LDS helpline, and then she ends up talking to Daniel McConkey. What? And then it's this big old shit show. And I'm like, it stinks. So I'm just saying there's a hand in it. There's always a narrative. There's a bigger thing driving this whole damn thing. And that is their spin, in my opinion. The church wants to distance itself from the very thing that it makes and creates. And it doesn't want to be responsible for, making it very loud and clear as to what is and or is not acceptable, what will get you excommunicated and shunned for life. We're done. But that's not what it does. So it, and it just uses people. I don't like it. It uses and abuses people, creates all kinds of shit. And it's not the only system. There's all the major religions, y'all, are dirty. So it's like they dabble in Jesus, okay, but they really all about corporations and ruling the world. All right. So there's that. Yeah, wilderness camps. That's so gross. It's so gross, but it's so. I mean, again, I don't have a. I guess a starting point. I don't know what to call that, access point or a baseline to compare that to. I didn't really pay attention to all these things before. They were non-issues. I didn't even know. If you'd have said wilderness camp, I'd have been like, what? What is that? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So just, I guess, having to go through this process, I'm just so glad I chose this route, if that makes any sense. Oh my gosh. In person? Oh my gosh. Oh wow. That is so, I don't know if I want to say interesting or cool or oh crap. You know? Um it led you here, so I mean, welcome. That's crazy and neat and different. Was not expecting that. I bet you weren't either. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, no, on YouTube from a crime-related YouTube channel. Hmm. Oh, okay, that's how you first connected with the story, maybe? I know that that's something I found very interesting is, like, how many people have connected with the story, with the victims. Somewhere in the story, somewhere in the victims, I can identify with Tylee. I can identify with JJ in some aspects, Um, and I guess in some ways I can identify with Lori going through this and just trying to figure out where everything went wrong or, you know, because I've always just tried to see things from like their perspective, from Chad and Lori's perspectives, not as like, hey, sell me on Mormonism. It's not like that. I never was like, hey, I want to join the church. It was just like I just wanted to know where their beliefs differed, and I found out that they do not differ. That's the crazy thing. So I'm not very good at like explaining all the things. I'm trying. I've been trying for what, 4 years, 3 years on YouTube. And I mean, it bothers me, I guess, because learning what I learned, I'm also seeing that the church isn't exactly as Christ-like as it portrays. That's my opinion. So, and I'm biased in this too because I look at Tylee, Charles, and JJ, and I'm like, they don't come back. But you can, church, you can at least make a stand. You can wake some people up. You can have a revelation. You have it over this craziest, silliest other things. Just saying. They have that kind of power and stroke and money, and oh my god. Let's see. I would be surprised if she's active in the church, especially with Tim Ballard. I remember the foundation was hooked up with OUR that shut down fast after all the victim shaming. I hope she's out. Oh, I probably just jumped in on a combo. I swear to the gods, old and new, if Mormon missionaries show up, they will partake of, I don't know what that is, bong hit? Oh, bong hits. Or not enter my house to watch John DeLynn while calling mom and dad. Oh my God, Bewitch, she cracked me up. I would too. I would give them food and water. Again, y'all, I live in Southwest Louisiana, Lake Charles. Okay, we don't have any kind of. Well, I mean, I found out through Chuck. Okay, Chuck and Natalie. They live here too, and they're family members. And so I'm like, oh, we don't have Mormon missionaries here. Okay, because I got a Jesus card inside of my house. Right? Remember that whole thing back in 2021? That was weird. Still, it's an unsolved mystery because, yeah, that's just bizarre how a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints card would end up with my name on it in the middle of my living room without me letting them in. You know what I'm saying? Kind of weird. So I was just having this discussion on the channel. I'm like, I don't even have missionaries. I've never seen any here, And then Chuck's like, oh, yeah. And so we found out that they own 2 pieces of property here in Lake Charles. It's going to be the New Jerusalem and it's going to be the City of Light. I'm just kidding. Joking. I was in 2000. It was in 2004 when Lori's will episode happened. I was born in January I was born in January 2001. I was 3 in 2004. I get it. Oh my gosh. You're a baby. Okay, my son was born in 2000. So, yeah, he's 24. You're a baby. But you're welcome here. Glad you're here. Yes. Y'all know that Elizabeth Smart's dad, he actually had a, I don't know how this happened because I mean, it happened so long ago, I really couldn't tell you accurately. So just know that. I just remember Mom and Larry, it was before the kids were found. And I guess somehow they got linked up with Ed Smart. And I guess he just kind of shared, like, because Elizabeth Smart came home after I want to say after 9 months. And I wonder where that interview is. I wonder if it's on East Idaho News or I'm trying to remember where. But I thought that was, neat. Reaching out to other people. And it's so hard to trust people in this situation. I mean, not just the people responsible for why you're in this situation, but everybody else, because it becomes a very, again, my family became content. My family became clicks and views. My family became thumbnails. And I mean, myself included. I mean, it's been a fight, y'all, with myself. And I'm just like, okay, well, if I'm going to do this, then I've got to, I'm not going to, it's so gross because it kind of makes you conform. And I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I don't like being censored. I don't like, I don't care for that too much. So, I mean, but my channel gets punished for trying to just be, me, or talk about some really bad stuff, say all the, buzzwords that get you kicked out of here, shadow banned, right? And they will not put your video into the algorithm at all. So, and I'm like, okay, well, Chad's trials right now. I didn't really take this approach whenever it was Lori's trial. I tried to be there instead, like in person instead of, and just kind of, come to you guys in the community, share every, how I was experiencing, what I was experiencing with y'all going through that. But I mean, I would connect with y'all more when I was in Boise. I felt like a fish out of water. I was away from home, away from comfort, away from my fiance, my kids, my life. I was away from my routine, my normal routine, my comfort. And so going up there, it was very cold, I guess you could say, and very, it was more isolating, to be honest. And I would like get really triggered, I mean, watching Lori in the courtroom and all the things, right? You're looking at I was looking at the jurors. I was looking, I would have to ground myself sometimes and just open my phone. Thank God where I'm from, you can't have a damn phone, even in the damn courthouse. Okay. You better go put that back in your car and then you can go in. But just saying, so I was like, oh, okay, we can have our phones, we just can't point them up. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So it that was a relief to me whenever the second day of Lori's trial, and I was like, oh yeah, I got this, I can be brave. And it's not about being brave. Okay, at the end of the day, you are human, I'm human, and nobody should have to look at dead children and or dead spouses, somebody else's spouse dead. It's really violating, and it's re-traumatizing all in itself. And this is a really tough process, and I really do feel for all the families and everybody that's ever had to that's lost their loved ones via violent crime or murder. It is senseless. And it just makes me like want to just honor them. I don't know. It's the craziest, weirdest thing. It's so hard to I can tell you all the things about it, but it's like a broken record also. And there's a lot to think about. There's so much to think about. So, I mean, I really do try to stay out. I mean, I cry. I have my feels, y'all know. But some days I don't want to. Like, it was JJ's birthday Saturday. I did not want to talk about it, but I know I needed to talk about it. Because that's kind of expected, and I do want to honor him on his day, but I mean, it's also like, I don't want to be sad. I don't want to cry over it, and it's not just one, it's all three, it's all five, it's everybody. It's all kinds of things. So anyways, now let's see. It is, yeah, it's thundering its ass off right now over here, in Lake Chuck. Let's see. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look for something. And so thank y'all for being here. I know I'm just like, fuck it. It's not court, it's not trial, right? And if I knew anything about it, I would divert all this attention and put it somewhere else. you know. Okay, I was looking at Ian here. Oh, did you? What was that? It sounded like
What?
Judge Boyce. I swear, that sounded like
What?
Judge Boyce. Huh?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Oh, there's okay. I'm like, I don't see your icon moving. Yeah, I know. Did y'all hear that though? Let me mute.
I'm gonna reboot it here.
My
I'll
damn.
hit the
Oh, no,
thing and see.
I don't know. It could have been from another window or something, but I didn't know if I'd
Yeah.
heard it. I love y'all too. Thank you. Yeah, they got sentenced. Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand. That's when Adam Steed showed up on the damn steps, y'all. I was like, oh yeah, he just like grabbed the microphone from the reporter. I was like, oh my God, you go, boy. Y'all. I mean, it's people like him, okay, that need to be elevated. Okay. And that is something that I witnessed with other family members, I witnessed them be elevated. Again, they become content, right? It becomes a very slippery slope. Again, and I'm also not learning things that that agree with or align with mainstream. Okay. So, I mean, I know that. I knew that when I was getting it, I was like, oh no, this is this is really what's going on. It's like, again, like what Bewitch said about the whole burning building, and you're just like, hey, I'm like, hey, there's a freaking fire over here. Yeah, please, please, please. I'm still in panic mode. And others, like even people like even my mom and my dad, they're in a different dynamics, I guess you can say, roles. I don't really know what to call it. We're all hurting, but we are all treated differently. As far as that goes, I've had people rail right over me just to get in contact with my parents. And it's so, again, it becomes exploitative. It becomes gross. It becomes, vultures. It's gross, y'all. I don't know. I would love to really, maybe contribute to panels or whatever who dive into this kind of stuff, because there's so many things that you have to you don't ever want to stoop to their level, but you don't want to, remain with two subscribers, that's not going to get you anywhere. Your platform needs to build. I always thought of it like this. If my platform, if this platform grows, when this platform grows, if this platform grows, this is my initial thoughts was, oh, good. it can be a place where anybody in my family or anybody in need can, I can have this and I can offer it to them, it's just there. I mean, because this is a very easy, it can be a very effective way to be heard. Okay. To share how you feel instead of people talking about how you feel. You know what I mean? Like, that's how we've had to do with the Daybell kids. We're like, well, I wonder. And anyway, so it gave me kind of that, I was like, I can offer that. But, I just kind of was like, okay, well, cool. I don't know. I don't know really what to say about that because it's boggled my mind. Um, I'm like, this is the truth. I mean, this is pretty true. I'm not saying that everything that I research or enter into the chat or the conversation is, I mean, it's basically up for interpretation. And because we're not getting answers, because it just creates more questions, it's the only logical way in my mind and in my heart that can paint this picture and it can fill it in and all them pieces, all the questions, it kind of answers them a lot sometimes. But then again, it's up for interpretation. And people, and I want everybody to feel like, I mean, it sucks to go into a conversation and, it's like a gang stalk or something. I'm like, what? Okay. All right. I don't so much, you know what I mean? It's okay it's really healthy to have different, different opinions. We should, as a whole, a society, I just really think that we should be able to talk about difficult things without wars, without labels. Okay. The labels I think are so they might help, but they also hurt. So, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You there?
So yeah, I'm here. So when I was on the Twitter trying to see if anybody knows anything, and clearly nobody knows nothing that's saying anything. So,
No.
but I did see this little piece of news that, and it was from Justin Lum, that Spring Thibodeau and them did get sentenced. And there's maybe a story up on Fox 10 or wherever they report that, but they only got probation. Now that boy.
Oh no, that's according to that dad. That's where I'm at. I'm like, it's according to the dad. Oh,
well, well, no, I'm saying I don't know what according to the dad, but listen, I mean, this is what they did not get sentenced. They're dangerous out on the street. Hide your children. Do not let those people babysit for you.
Right.
And that poor, I mean, and that boy is good looking too. That child, that Thibodeau
Blaze.
child, that was the football player.
Blaze, yeah.
And they were going to do something bad to him.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I kind of got the feeling, I was like, what if they're running? What if that lady is running from a very controlling husband? Like, I don't know. It was so weird. And it still baffles me. I'm like, oh my God, what's really going on there?
Or maybe the daddy is the one that wants to cook and eat children. I don't know.
No, Lord. Oh my
God. I mean, where can we go with this? It's gone crazy.
You just, use your discernment, use your intuition, and try not to be so, I don't know. To me, it's like, I couldn't believe how I responded to it because it was so triggering, because it was the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell playbook. And so I was like, is this dude like, I don't know. It was something about the dad, Ben. I was like, what? He's just saying all the right buzzwords. And it reminds me of Tim and Sean Reyes. And I mean, all the people, right? It reminds me of all the people that I study in and around this group around Lori and Chad. And I'm like, what's he doing? Is this like a caw? I mean, is a dog whistle? Is this like, hey, or is something really wrong? And I mean, I get it. They were, I'm not trying to take up
Well,
for one. I'm just saying, like, I don't know why it's, I don't
the
know.
daughter, I don't remember how much they got, but even the daughter, remember the husband of the younger one came out
Yeah.
and he wouldn't go with his wife. Well, that girl got probation too. The one that went with the mama and the uncle to
Okay.
take her brother. So I'm glad, at least that.
At least there's some
but
kind of accountability. That's, I
I'm
mean,
just
here we have
saying,
Garth and Emma Daybell and nothing. I'm just saying.
if you're hanging around with any of these folks and they take out life insurance on you,
Oh God.
I'm just saying.
Hey, I told my mom that, I mean, early on in this, I was like, Mom, I know how to, lessen murder 15% or more. I was being sarcastic, like I always am. And I was like, just take away life insurance and just done. Bada bing, bada boom. The motive is gone, for the most part. And she was like, I didn't know about this database and I still don't even know where to go, but there's a database that you can go. She said, I mean, this is what she told me a long time ago, whether it's, I don't know. I never checked it out for myself, but I'm sure there is. But you never think about these things until you're actually in it. It's just
Exactly.
one, so it really does suck.
And saying to yourself, you're probably saying to yourself, this doesn't really happen. And it,
Yeah.
and if it does, it only happens to other people. And
It doesn't happen here. How many times, y'all, over and over and over again? How many stories have y'all seen, true crime and all, okay, where they're like, I mean, I've said it too. I've never saw this coming. I never saw this coming. But yet we're researching hindsight into it and we're like, oh my God, the red flags. It was just one big red flag, So it's interesting. But a lot of people say that it we don't have this kind of stuff in our neighborhood. Oh my God. Oh, if I had a dollar for every time that happened.
yeah, you probably do.
Oh man, that's nuts. Okay, I found the news article for that. Can you believe? Actually, a video. What?
Okay. Well, I'll
So we'll take this down and we'll catch up on
I'm
some
watching
Thibodeau. We got Boudreaux and Thibodeau in Arizona. Okay, I'm just saying. Just this world is changing. I'm just thinking. Okay, trio sentenced. Okay, here it is. All right, making sure that aspect is right. No, I don't know how to go back there. Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna play it. Come on. Oh.
Well, this morning, 3 people who kidnapped a teenager in Gilbert in some sort of a doomsday plot are going to be sentenced. Prosecution says Spring Thibodeau grabbed her teenage son back in October to take him to go live in the wilderness. Her brother and adult daughter all pleading guilty in the kidnapping plot. All 3 allegedly believed that the teenage boy would help to bring about the second coming of Christ. The search for the missing teen actually ended in Alaska when he was found at the U.S.-Canadian border.
Okie doke. Is that it?
Wow. I guess that's it.
that
That's all
ain't-
they're
that
letting
ain't-
us know.
That's no Nate eating damn spin on it, right?
Moving on to another
We're spoiled.
investigation here. Police say an argument
Oh,
between
shit.
2
I
men
didn't do
ends
that.
with both of them being shot. It was last night in a neighborhood near 33rd Avenue
Okay.
and Roosevelt.
That's just lanyap right there. Okay. Okay. I thought maybe it would say something more. Let's go look at this. Allegedly. Okay. Yeah, I did kind of scan over the dogs. Again, I don't know. I guess it's because everything that was being put out to the public, I mean, again, it's just like Mom and Larry. I know what that's like. I've been on this side of it, but it's just there's something more to this story that, like you said, it's not being told, or we're not being told. Yeah. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. It's something odd, that I'm just like, wait, what's really going on? Because it was like the dad, Ben, and his son-in-law, everything that was being put out, to us, to, sleuthers or, people interested in the story and to help find Blaze. Those are that's crucial, right? So, but as I was going through it, I was just like, something's not right, because it's like everything the dad was purporting, and then everything the dad, of course, that's all that we had, right? But everything that the dad was saying, I guess, it just seemed to be very intentional as far as like the buzzwords. Okay. Second coming. You say second coming, we're like, what? Straight up. It makes you your hair on the back of your neck stand up, Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I can't Jason just texted me. He was like 18,000 views. Y'all, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do with myself. And again, I don't know. That's really good though. I I'm glad, it just kind of now the state rested today, so it's like, okay, oh crap, we're going to have closing arguments, and then we're going to deliberate, and then who knows? Yeah. I don't know about the whole death penalty. I don't know how that works. I've heard it. I've heard people explain it, but I've already forgotten. But I'm glad you're here. And oh my God, there are so many rabbit holes, and they're connected. Oh yeah. Yes. Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison. He is too. It's a very bizarre religious rabbit hole we're down. But it'll, it's not a waste is what I'm saying. It's because we're not, I guess that's another thing that bothered me too, was the whole, it's just Chad and Lori, I'm like, you're calling them a cult. Okay. You can't say they're a cult and then just say it's Chad and Lori. Okay. You can't, I can't wrap my mind around that. That's not how my mind works. To me, it's not fair. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too, so it's very confusing. But I'm glad you're here. He did? Okay. All right. Thank you. I will go look for that.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Y'all, like yesterday, I tried to find, they have Nate reports on Twitter or X, and he updates his website too as court goes on, right? Well, I couldn't find some of the I don't know what to call it, day 18, day 19, the entire story. It would just be like the heading, and then it wouldn't have all the writing. I'm like, where'd all it go? Because this stuff from last year is still up, and I don't know what happened with that. Maybe I was just looking in the wrong place a bunch of times. So let's see. Let me put Larry Woodcock. Ooh. Or do I need to put Courtroom Insider? I'm so confused. East Idaho. Let's see where it brings me. Huh. Okay, I'm like, it didn't show that. Okay. Oh, and it did. Oh no, that Aunt Vicky was from a month ago. All right, let me do this. Okay, now I gotta go share my screen and take the comment down and all the things. Let me do this. Thank y'all for being so patient. Here. There he is. Oh, I miss him so much. Okay, ready? Like to hear? Here it goes.
Gary, your thoughts. We'll wrap it up. Closing arguments tomorrow.
My personal thoughts as we exited the courthouse, as we exited the courtroom,
Cresha, check your speed on your video.
I was
Yeah,
very
yeah, you're right.
sad.
I'm like, what the hell? He is sure is
I've
talking
been
slow.
very
Like
sad
that.
today,
Oh my Lord.
and I
That's a little
reflect
better,
back.
huh? Let's go back. Okay, my bad. Do over.
My personal thoughts as we exited the courthouse, as we exited the courtroom, and we walked down the aisle. I was very sad. I've been very sad today, and I reflect back on this for 5 years. 5 years, and I ask why. I still haven't got that answer. For what? Still haven't got that answer. I wish that Chad would have been man enough to take the stand and try to show the world, the jury, that there was a reason. There's no reason. And I will tell you, as of right now, I feel a loss. I feel a huge loss. And
Because there were questions you wanted answers.
oh, there's a lot of questions I would love to have answered. And I think there's probably even some answers that the jurors would like to heard him rebut or testify to.
Do you have one question above all that you wish would have been answered?
It's the same question. Why? For what?
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Did you want to hear from Chad on the
Yes,
stand? You did.
I did. I really did. And he is the one, if you remember, who stated, I will testify. Okay, brother, there was your chance. Why didn't you?
Yeah.
Be a man, stand up, say something.
Your overall thoughts of the prosecution's case?
I thought they did an amazing job. I think they presented a case that was 100% documented. I think that they literally left nothing that the defense could disprove. In fact, I think the defense actually helped the prosecution.
What did you think of Chad's kid's testimony?
I understand wanting to protect your family, your mom, your dad. I understand that. I don't think there's a man or a woman alive that wouldn't try to help provide information. I think they hurt their dad. I think the worst thing you can do in a testimony is lie. The jurors aren't stupid. They didn't have to make me believe. They didn't have to make you believe.
Yeah.
But they had to make the jurors believe. And I think they did such a sad job.
So the jury will get the case tomorrow. How long, any predictions on how long you think they'll deliberate?
2.5 days.
You think 2.5 days? So what does that get us the verdict? Friday afternoon?
Friday. I think we'll have a verdict Friday.
And then do you think any predictions on whether it'll be life in prison or the death penalty?
It makes me no difference.
You don't, either one?
I've stated many times when this started, I wanted the death penalty. I wanted to do the same thing to Chad and to Lori that they done to the 4 victims. And I was adamant about it. But I've had to do a lot of soul searching, and the older I've got, there's worse things than dying.
You mentioned you were kind of sad leaving the courtroom because you had unanswered questions. Is part of that too the fact this has kind of become your second home over the past 2 months? There's familiar faces here daily, people coming up, hugging you, giving you cards, gifts. I mean, it kind of is the close of a chapter once the verdict comes down.
I think this is the closure of a book that I think may exceed the first book. And Lori, when she gave her testimony on closing, I think she incriminated herself. She'd done absolutely nothing to help her case. Chad had an opportunity and he chose not to do it. And I'm sure that his counsel has said, no, you're not getting on the stand. I understand that. But as a man, why wouldn't you stand up and say what you got to say?
Right. You guys will be in Arizona?
Absolutely. We'll have 2 down at the close of this and 2 to go.
Brandon and Charles.
Brandon and Charles. And I so look forward to the evidence that's going to be presented. And I look forward to maybe even some additional verdicts.
All right, Larry, anything you want to add?
Thanks, everybody. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. You have absolutely been amazing to deal with for the last 5 years. And I got to put a bug in for our buddy, Justin.
Oh, yeah, Justin Lum.
Justin, man, I wish you were here. I'll tell you what, I miss you, and I'm sorry you couldn't be here, but I'm going to put this plug in for you. Thanks, brother.
He'll be in Arizona.
Yeah.
You know he'll be in Arizona, and I want to come join y'all, too.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that was good. Sorry. Okay. There we are. That was, yeah. And so I wrote in the chat, I was like, I understand what he's saying. And it's just, I have a lot of unanswered questions as well. And I just think it's important that even though, like, and I'm speaking for myself, of course, and through the research that I've been doing here, I think that it does fill in a lot of the whys, because we're never going to get that directly from Chad, Lori, or any of them. And I think it's important for me. Like it's very, it gives me the context, but we can never just rely on people like that to provide those kind of answers. That's not how this works. It's certain type of people that do that kind of stuff. So, but I think it's important to continue asking the questions in order to get other people to think,
It's crazy that how when Larry was answering those questions about how he felt about, this kind of the closure about it and everything. And it was almost exactly what you had said about the mixed feelings about it. And the main thing is that, like I said, in some ways, I feel like we have more questions than we did when we started.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's because we peeled back the first layer and we're like, what is really going on here? I think that's what drew so much attention, not only connecting with the story, the victims in one way, shape, or another. I mean, there's every dynamic in here, I swear. And I mean, I think that it was just like a train wreck. Or a car, you just rubberneck and you're like, what the hell what is going on here? It's like disturbing on so many different levels. Zombies, you got slugs, you got people casting out, extremism, just using, I don't know. It's so there's everything. Okay. I'd have to have a list printed out just to read off of it. I mean, for months, y'all, months, I would wake up. I mean, first thing, you open your eyes in the morning and you're like, you have your first thoughts or whatever. Mine were zombies. Okay. Zombies, like I would sit there and run that through my mind and I'd be like, yep, zombies. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing zombies today. And it's bizarre. It's like, what? And it still is. It's never going to be okay. And I mean, I know. Well, actually, as I was going to say that, know that zombies aren't real, but then, and that as soon as I was going to say that, I was like, well, actually, Chad and Lori are perfect examples of zombies. It's getting really windy here, and we got the storm, right? So we're gonna go on storm watch. Joking.
Wow, did you hear Larry's prediction? What was his prediction again? I hate to make you replay that, but he said
by Friday
that we'll get a verdict by Friday, or they'll go to the jury by Friday.
I think he said verdict by Friday.
Oh,
I do too. I think it'll
God.
be quick. I don't think it's going to be. I think these people have heard enough. These jurors have heard enough, in my opinion. And
they
don't
don't, and they know once they get their jury instructions, and do they get to go home tonight, or do they get to start when they give them the jury instructions out loud?
I'm not sure.
Well, they did get to go home tonight because they let them go home.
Yeah.
So I heard that when they start to deliberate, they will be.
Yes.
What do you call that word?
Deliberating.
Yeah, but the word for when they don't let you go home.
Oh my God.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Starts with an S, I think. It's like
sequestered.
Sequestered. There you go.
Yeah. So once they say, okay, we're going to start deliberating, that's it. They don't get to go home after that until they've decided whether he gets the death penalty or not. So they're going to be. I don't think they're going to fool around like John Pryor did about their business.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
so. Oh, go ahead.
That's 2 or 3 weeks, even if you're working your butt off.
Yeah, I think it's a whole different like jury, for the right.
No.
I think so. Oh, okay. Well, see, I
understood.
Like,
I understood. It's the same people that they go. They after they decide, guilty, not guilty. Then they have to. Then there's another trial. They don't just go straight back and decide.
And it goes straight into the next trial, I think.
Right. And the
It's
next
like 2
trial
weeks or
will
so.
not be all the crap we've heard because we know he did it. We know he did it.
I'm here for that part, y'all. Look.
It will be, why is it disgusting? Why does he deserve death? I want to, not, you know what I'm saying? They're going to give the details of why he is the disgusting murderer that we know he is, allegedly.
Right. Yeah. Well, and so soon, I can't wait to drop that word. Oh my God. I can't wait to drop that word. I mean, I say it here in the house with the kids and my family. I'm like, I did that a long time ago because I was like, I'm just going to make that one stick. And I know I say it way too much, but, don't want to just, I mean, Mom even asked me one time, she was like, how do you talk about all that stuff without, getting sued, I guess. And I was just like, I just say allegedly a lot. I just say allegedly a whole lot. But, oh, so the whole thing with me and the death penalty is I'm like Larry, I don't have a dog in that hunt. It's out of my hands. I don't have that job. So
I never,
sad.
ever.
And that's Lori.
I never ever thought about it very much. I did. If I was going to be for it or against it, I'd probably say I was against it just because I know humans are not ever sure about anything they ever do. And, but if anybody ever deserved a good whooping and to be indiscriminately unalived, these folks do. So whatever happens, I kind of just hope. I mean, I don't know what I hope for. I really don't.
Yeah. What is everybody in the comments? What do y'all think? Y'all can give me a quick life or death. Mine I've always just been like, I don't have an opinion on it because to me though, if I had since I've had to think about it, I would rather them live with this for the rest of their lives. Like, I want them to live. I don't want them to be martyred or think they're martyred or think they're persecuted, or I'm not trying to play into their delusion anymore. So it's like, okay, but one of the perks, in my opinion, is the death penalty part of it, where they really go in depth into the life of Chad Daybell. Okay, so we would get a lot of allegedly. We probably won't because it's protected, and you know what I mean. But and if not, then a lot of the family members that would it's raining his ass all right now. Yeah. So again, I don't know. That's the only thing that's the only perk I can see out of that, I guess.
Are you sure that's not hail?
Yeah, I mean it's Natalie had said earlier that we're under a severe storm watch, so it's making its way right now. Stoning for chin.
There was a lot of storms through here yesterday, and one of my girlfriends put this thing on Facebook, and I stole it. It said something like, it's house dropping on witch weather. So some of y'all need to be careful out there.
No kidding, huh? Oh my gosh. Wow. Now, so what I'm gonna do, I think we'll adjourn.
Okay.
I'm gonna dip out.
Okay.
What I know I do too, Natalie. I hate the word storm now. I was telling Donna earlier, I was like, so whenever the jury goes to deliberate, are we, instead of calling it verdict watch, are we gonna call it storm watch? Okay. Ha ha ha. Anyways. That's just me being super, maybe it's not that funny. I don't know. But
it's funny, but
so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go relax for a little bit, and if up to y'all though, I do want to do another live stream. I'm giving my brain, I'm gonna let it park for a minute. But how we were kind of going over last year's testimony, trial testimony from Lori's trial, with the people who testify. I don't know if y'all want to do that. Like, I don't know what y'all want to do. I mean, just to go over like Coulter Cannon, his account of the events that went down for when Tammy was shot at, when Tammy died, and then kind of, I guess, kind of compare them,
that
with
sounds
what's
good
out there.
So why don't we I'm gonna just kind of have my ear on it, and if they come back in for any reason, I'll just start a new surprise.
That's what I'm
live.
thinking too.
And
so y'all just
then
make
everybody
sure,
can be listening, be ready for your notifications.
Yeah, make sure subscribe, and then click the little notification bell and click it to all, and that way you'll allegedly get all the notifications when we go live. Or
be on the lookout for sure this afternoon.
So just in case, I mean, you never know. We're on Idaho rules and stuff, so you know how that goes.
Idaho,
right? I couldn't do that for the longest time. It took me forever to. I'm like, how does she? I don't know how she does that.
I still don't say it right.
And so this channel we're talking about is oh my god, something innuendo. I don't know. I
gossip something in innuendo.
Is it crime? Maybe
it may be gossip, crime, and innuendo.
Something like that. Well,
she is hilarious.
Me up, and she's very. I mean, she pays attention. Okay, so she's been watching this story for a long time, and anyway, so I'll try and have that later so I can share the link with y'all so that y'all will know who I'm talking about, so y'all can go subscribe to her. But so she talks about funeral potatoes all the time. Okay, and it's funny. I'm like, maybe we should call Chad's cult the funeral potato cult or something. I don't know.
And
because there's a lot of funeral potatoes, if you know what I mean.
she calls Lori, sometimes she calls her a scandalous garden tool because she don't
Yeah, she said because we can't say
ladies-
ho.
because we can't say ho.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. You know, it's just kind of a palate cleanser because she does it with a smile, and I like her. I do a lot.
And she says, "Hey, I may not have all my facts. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. Thank you, Trace."
Right.
And
It's the effort, man. Thank you.
but she's pretty good as far as I can
Uh-huh.
tell. She might miss something once in a while, but she's pretty much got it. And I went back and listened to her talk about Jennifer Crumley and that I don't remember what her lawyer was, the biggest mess in the world. And I mean, her lawyer was as big a mess as John Pryor about this is not a good way to defend somebody. And and it was hilarious. If something like that can be hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, we're going to do it anyway. I'm going to do this anyway. So it's like, I might as well, you know, it helps to get through a lot of hard and difficult parts, you know.
And if you see her in the chat, say hi to her because undoubtedly she has been in our chat before listening with us because she called,
found out about Mandy.
Yeah. She was, that was, oh my gosh.
She was like, I want to know everything. And I was like, oh, I was dying laughing. I was just
oh
like,
my
okay.
God.
You know,
bless her heart. Anyway, so she's hilarious. And if you like true crime anyway, I promise you, whatever crime you have followed in the past, she has a video about it. So.
Yeah. And witty and fun and quick, you know, unlike us.
Yes. Oh yeah, they're all like 25 minutes. They're like 25 minutes. She gets you there.
Yep. Oh, you do? Okay, good. I'm so glad. Yeah, the firing squad. I just don't know how that factors in with grandfathering in, you know, because they don't have the facility built yet. You know how it goes, girl. We got to work around all the damn regulations.
People are dying in the streets all the time of drug overdoses and a tiny too much of that stuff. What I don't even know what it's called anymore. You know, something with a P. I don't know what it is, but they put it in with other drugs and it ends up killing people. Why don't they just get some of that to help them if they want it? Because it seems like it's pretty easy to get that and it kills people pretty fast as far as I can tell. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh my Lord. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go because the weather's kind of making
me
nervous.
Okay, baby.
I'm going to be by Jason.
We'll see y'all later.
Yeah.
Later
yeah.
today.
We'll see you later. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. And as always, love always wins.